Hello everyone, welcome to our stream once again, second day in a row. We're going to be showcasing all sorts of rocks, gems, and minerals. We have a lot of stuff for you guys. So for those who don't know, we had a rock, gem, and mineral show planned this last weekend, and we had to cancel it due to the coronavirus pandemic. So, in response, we decided to throw a live stream gem show, which we'll be doing from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. today, and if it goes well, then we'll do it again. Alright, so let's start this thing. Let's get going. Just a reminder for you guys, if you see something that you like on the stream, be sure to drop a comment on whatever platform that you are watching on. So we're multi-streaming to Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, and Instagram. So if you see something, just throw us a message, and we're going to be taking a break maybe in an hour or two, and we'll get back to you guys. Alrighty. So, first on the list, we're going to look at some zebra calcite from Mexico. This is a $38 piece. Zebra calcite is really pretty stuff. It almost looks like the stripes of a zebra, hence the name, right? Almost looks like candy. So calcite is an evaporate mineral, and that means that you need to have water evaporating for this crystal to form. So basically what happens is you have mineral-rich water that is saturated with all sorts of chemicals and things like that. Oh, look at that, you got a little hole through there, a little cave. It's pretty neat. And when this water evaporates, the material in the water that's dissolved just precipitates out, almost like salt, right? So that's how this stuff forms. It's really neat stuff. It's from Durango, Mexico. It's almost like taffy or candy or something. I mean, I just really love it. And that little cavern there, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool formation. All right, we're gonna move on to our next specimen here. Our next specimen is a big cluster of red quartz. This is from Morocco. This is a $115 specimen. And just take a look at that. And this thing is absolutely massive. Clusters like these take quite a long time to form. Generally, you're going to find these along veins of hydrothermal or dikes, that kind of thing. So hydrothermal vents, you'll find stuff like this. Really neat. And Morocco is really well known for a lot of its minerals, especially its fossils. Most of the fossils in the world are mined in Morocco. Again, this is a $115 piece from Morocco. Beautiful red quartz cluster. Yeah, just look at the clarity in there. That's really pretty. Alright, we're going to move on to our next specimen. Again, a reminder for those watching, if you see something on the stream that you like and you want to buy, just drop a message in the comments and we'll get right to you. Alright, here is some Arkansas quartz. Look at this. Look at the clarity in that. You can see right through it. So, quartz, crystal from Arkansas, it's some of the best quality quartz in the world. In the mine that this comes from, the Coleman mine, they get clusters that are the size of cars. I mean, they have cranes lifting that stuff out of the ground with mattresses for padding. It really is a trip. So this specimen here, $63. Beautiful, beautiful clarity. You can see right through it. Look at that. And just to give a shout out, a couple shout outs here, we have a awesome website, web store that is just releasing this weekend. So if you want some really cool tumbled stones, we have about 57 different kinds of tumbled stones on our website. Check it out, order some. Really good prices, really good variety. And a big shout out to our family in Ohio that is watching, Ryan especially. Yeah, this piece is beautiful. You can see right through it. It's like water. Alright, we're going to move on to our next specimen. This is a really cool piece. Now, a lot of people are going to say, wow, that's really cool, but is it natural? Yes, it is. It is a natural. All natural. So this is iron pyrite, and it's a variety of pyrite called cubic pyrite, and it's from Spain. Now, Oh yeah, look at the reflection in that. You can see like everything. Wow. It's like a mirror. Now, this kind of pyrite only forms in a handful of places on the planet, and generally you need the just the right amount of pressure and temperature to form a cube like this. The cube shape for iron pyrite crystals, it's on the very low end of the temperature crystallization scale, meaning that you need the lowest temperature possible to start forming these crystals at a constant rate. Very rare to have over a prolonged period of time. But in Spain, that's what you had. And you got these beautiful, perfect cubes. Look at that. It's like a freaking mirror. So this specimen here is $46. And it's absolutely gorgeous. In the sunlight, it just sparkles. It's very pretty. All right, we're going to move on to our next specimen. This is another piece of Arkansas quartz. This is a $219 quartz crystal cluster. Again, look at the clarity of that. Classic for Arkansas quartz. Very clear, very sparkly. And just look at that. Look at the those little tiny little crystals on there. That is gorgeous. In the sunlight, this just pops. I mean, the light just goes right into the crystal, refracts, and you got just a whole rainbow lighting up the room. Beautiful stuff. Again, this is Arkansas quartz. Some of the best quality quartz in the world comes from there. Just look at the clarity. You can see right through the crystal. Now, kind of an interesting little fact about quartz. A lot of people try to make fake quartz, and that's a big no-no. Especially when they start coining it as real quartz. Now, one way to tell if your quartz at home is real or not is to put it up against some text or your finger, for example. And if the image behind the crystal is magnified, it's glass, not quartz. If it isn't magnified, then it should be real quartz. All right, we're gonna move on to our next specimen. Might as well keep going with the quartz theme here. Some more Arkansas quartz. This is another really beautiful, pretty piece. Look at that. And just for those that are watching, we have quite a variety of crystals, minerals, rocks, and fossils. So we'll be showing some awesome fossils later on in the show. And again, we'll be doing this from 12 to 6 p.m. today. So pop on, pop off, come back on. We'll be here. Gosh, look at the clarity of that. I mean, you have a really nice long point here. Let's see if we can get a closer look at some of the clarity in here. Look at those inclusions. Wow. Absolutely gorgeous. Very pretty stuff. Again, it's a $126 quartz point from Arkansas. Some of the best quality quartz in the world comes from there. Alright, and without further ado, we're going to move on to our next specimen, something a little different. we're going to look at some bornite, also known as peacock ore. You guys have probably seen this a lot in gift shops, things like that. It's beautiful stuff. You can see why they call it peacock ore. It has all the colors that are on a peacock's feather. In fact, we have a couple more here that I'll show you guys. Let's see if I can put this in the back here so you guys can admire it. We also have this beautiful variety of bornite. Now, as you can kind of tell, bornite has some interesting variation to it. Some are more blue, some are more purple. This one's definitely more on the purple end of the spectrum here. And generally, you're going to find this stuff deposited along iron veins, and you find this a lot with iron pyrite. Now, what's kind of interesting, you can even see this too. This stuff usually forms along the margins of iron deposits, and that's fault zones. So if you see a fracture line or a fault zone, you could find some metallurgist ore deposits like gold and iron. Now, see that kind of smooth side there? Look at that. It's kind of like has some striations on it. That is the surface of a fault or a fracture within the earth. We call those slick and slides. So just another sign, another geologic sign, if you are observing this, of where it formed. Very neat stuff. Got another piece of bornite in the series. This one has more pyrite on it. Another beautiful, beautiful piece. Again, absolutely gorgeous stuff. This is really pretty in the sunlight. You know, oftentimes it's like there's only so much you can do with artificial light, and especially on a camera. A lot of people on Instagram will probably notice that when they go see the pictures on Instagram and then come to one of our shows, there's a big difference in how the crystal looks. Yeah, look at the color in that. It's really pretty stuff. When you see something like this, you kind of think, oh, it looks like it's just out of a video game, right? I mean, it looks unreal. Absolutely gorgeous. And so these we're selling at $12 each. A beautiful collection. And we are actually running out of this stuff. We used to have quite a bit of it. You know, due to the pandemic, it's a little more difficult for us to get a hold of our normal stalkers. So hopefully one day this pandemic will be over and we can get more crystals. All right, moving on to the next group of specimens. We're going to look at a handmade piece. This is very cool. We call this red marble. This is handmade. This is a mortar and pestle, handmade out of marble. Now, the way that these are made, it's long and tedious. And again, yes, this is solid rock. I'm selling these for $20 each. And this is kind of nice if you're cooking or something like that, or if you're into like some mystical stuff and want to make some potions. Definitely using one of these is really nice. The material itself is hard. It's hard enough to start, breaking down some spices, and it's really nice for cooking. Having one of these is really nice. Now, generally, you can expect to buy like a nice stone mortar and pestle for cooking for quite a bit of money, and so these are a nice addition to your kitchen, for sure. And it's very pretty too. You have like these nice veins right here running through this. And so they call this red marble. In fact, it's actually clay stone and siltstone with veins of marble running through it. So these little white veins here, That's where the marble is. Now, marble is metamorphosed limestone, which is just a bunch of little sea critters. So all the seashells that float to the bottom of the ocean, when that stuff gets heated and compressed, you get limestone. And when you compress limestone, you get marble. So kind of a neat little geologic history lesson there. All right, that is $20. And we're going to move on to our next beautiful specimen. So the next specimen that we're going to focus on here, let's do a little bit of our sphere series here. So we have a ton of different kinds of spheres. These are really nice just to have in your home. This is a calcite sphere, a yellow calcite sphere. I mean, just look at that. Look at the color in that. Now, a lot of our spheres, these take a long time to make. You need a special sphere shaper, which is basically a rotating platform with grinding wheels all around it, like little grinding pads. And trying to get a sphere shape out of a rock, a perfect sphere shape, is almost impossible, but you can try to get close to that. And so yeah, so making one of these takes about a day. Kind of thankfully, since it's calcite, it's a bit softer, so it's a little easier. Then again, it can be a little more difficult too, since it's so soft. You don't want to break the stone. Now look at that. Look at that shimmer there. Imagine putting this in your windowsill and just having the sun just hit it. That is gorgeous. Just a shout out for people again. If you see something on the stream that you like, just drop a comment in the comments section, in the chat. We're streaming live on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch. So if you see something you like, message us, and we'll get back to you during the break. Look at that. Oh, beautiful. All right, we're gonna move on to our next specimen. All right, our next specimen that we're gonna feature, I think we'll kind of stick with the whole sphere track here. Again, all of our spheres do come with a special stand as well. Look at that. This is an amethyst sphere. The amethyst is from Brazil. Brazil is the #1 world producer of amethyst and gems on the planet. Look at that. Look at all that. That's absolutely gorgeous. It's really good clarity. It does have lots of fractures, but think about this. Every single tiny fracture within the stone is just another surface for the light to reflect off of. So see that light refracting right there? Imagine having that in your windowsill with the sun hitting it. Again, that is going to be a gorgeous piece to kind of set somewhere. A lot of our spheres are great for altar pieces as well, power pieces, if you're into that kind of thing. Really beautiful stuff. All right, and this piece is $155. And again, it does come with a sphere stand. Another beautiful specimen from Brazil. All right, we're going to move on to our next specimen here. It's going to stick with the whole sphere theme. This is a quartz crystal sphere. A lot of spheres that you may see in metaphysical shops or, various kind of like, shops like that, they're going to be made out of glass. One way to tell if it's glass or not is to check and see for air bubbles. If you see air bubbles, it's probably glass. So therefore the price is going to be a little cheaper, which is kind of nice for someone who wants an affordable sphere. Now the quartz that this is made out of is from Morocco. And just look at the quality right there. Look at that. Look at how it just... Look at that. That is beautiful. It's like holding a little ball of ice or water in your hand. Absolutely gorgeous. See if we can get a close-up on some of those inclusions. Wow, look at that. Again, those inclusions, those are all surfaces that the light can reflect off of. And so you're going to get more refracting light, some more of those little rainbows inside there. Again, very beautiful. Now, you may notice some of those little ribbons, those kind of phantom ribbons in there. So those are like phantom fractures. Basically, as the crystal's forming, it'll have little microsilicon fractures. And what can happen over time is that as the crystal is growing or forming, some mineral-rich water will get in there and re-solidify that crack, cement it back together. And so you're going to see that as almost like ghostly phantom ribbons within the crystal. So whenever you see that inside quartz, that is what's going on. That's how that forms. The more reflective fractures, the more reflective surfaces in there, those are actually microsilicon fractures that water could still get inside. Kind of a neat little thing there. All right, and this beauty here is $115. And again, another beautiful sphere in our sphere series. We're going to move on to our next specimen here. We're going to focus on two specimens here. All right, this is a sodalite. Again, sodalite, like soda, yeah. Sodalite is commonly found blue. It's a massive kind of rock, so you don't find it in like crystal points or anything like that. So whenever you hear geologists say that it forms massively, that means it just forms as like just a massive piece of rock, right? So there's no crystal cluster or anything. Look at that. Really nice blue color. And we also have another sphere to show as well. This is some Mukite jasper. I mean, just look at that. So see those little dendritic patterns in there? That is gorgeous. So how that forms, whenever you see black deposits on any kind of rock, first thing you should think about is manganese, right? So manganese is it's an element on the periodic table of elements, and it will naturally deposit on pretty much everything. So when you're out in the desert, for those who have been out to the desert like Utah, or if you are in, I don't know, the Sahara or Egypt, you may see a lot of rocks that are covered in this black kind of material. You may think, oh, there must have been like a fire or something. A lot of people think that. Well, that's actually not the case. So a lot of this desert varnish, is what it's called, is actually manganese staining. And what happens is that whenever it rains, the rain will dissolve, so the rain being slightly acidic, it will dissolve some manganese in the rocks and the soil. And when that water evaporates, it will reprecipitate out some lovely manganese. Now, if you have a rock that has some fractures in it, like this bad boy right here, the water will seep into the rock and it'll form these manganese dendritic patterns. Almost looks like black lightning bolts or roots or fossils. It's really pretty stuff. Now, this sphere is really gorgeous too because it's kind of like an eye, you know, like on one end you kind of see this like little eye there, but then go to the other side and it's kind of like the same thing. Now, jasper is another beautiful kind of stone. Again, this is $38. Jasper forms when you have sedimentary rock like sandstones or clay stones, and you hydrothermally heat this stuff. When you heat it up, you cook it, it'll harden, it'll change on a molecular level, and you'll give you just beautiful colors of greens and yellows and reds. Again, beautiful stuff. The other sphere over here, the sodalite sphere, this is $38. Again, A beautiful pairing, blue and orange. Now we're going to move on to our next specimens. Again, a shout out to people who are watching on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Twitch. If you see something that you like on the stream, just comment in the chat and we'll get right to you. All right, this is another handmade specimen. This is really cool stuff. So this is a type of chlorite quartz, and it's been shaped into the shape of a skull. Look at that. This is $25. Kind of a beautiful presentation here. This would be kind of like a nice gift to give to somebody if, you know, they're like into that kind of like if they're a metalhead, right? If they're into, you know, some dark stuff. If they, you know, want to celebrate Day of the Dead or something like that, give it to your abuelita. Again, another really cool presentation. And we also have another skull to show as well. Let's put that right over there. We have this beautiful amethyst. This is a light amethyst skull. I mean, absolutely gorgeous. This is $58. Again, another beautiful presentation here. Now, this is not Brazilian amethyst. This is actually from Mexico. So, Mexican amethyst and amethyst in the American Southwest is usually characterized by being a lot lighter in color, much more pale, less dark. It definitely looks different. So whenever you see this different coloration compared to the amethyst you find in Brazil, which is really dark purple, you can definitely tell the difference. Just look at the clarity in that too. Really beautiful, beautiful stuff. All right, we're going to move on to our next grouping of specimens. And might as well take care of the handmade theme for as long as we have them on the table here. So we're going to go look at some more mortar and pestles just to kind of show you that we have some variety. So we got some black marble here. Again, just kind of similar to the red marble. We have some dolomitic limestone, and the white veins are marble. This is onyx. Again, two very different kinds of rock here. Look at that. So our black marble, right, we're going to have some darker material in there. And the white little veins, that's the marble. That's your metamorphosed limestone. Really pretty stuff. Again, this is something that you'd want to have, like if you're in the kitchen, right? Or if you're, you know, brewing up some spells or whatever. This is something that you want. It's kind of nice. It's really just makes cooking fun, I think. Now, the onyx is just a whole nother game, right? So onyx itself is very soft material. Marble itself is also very soft. So you'll see a lot of carved items like urns, vases, mortar and pestles, cups even. We have some various onyx shot glasses and little goblets. And you can carve it in anything. It's very soft material. It's really neat stuff. I mean, just look at the veins in that. Look at that, the layers, the laminations. I mean, absolutely gorgeous stuff. This is something that would definitely be a talking piece, right? And what's nice is that the onyx really lets the light just come on through. I mean, you can really just put this even in your windowsill in the kitchen, and this will just glow, light up. Heck, you could use it as a candle holder. Again, another really beautiful, beautiful pairing. Very gorgeous. All right, we're going to move on to our next grouping of specimens. And I think we're going to look at some more minerals. So we're going to look at some more barite. We got some awesome barite specimens. Now these guys are from South America. And they are really cool. I mean, absolutely cool. Look at that. Now this is something you don't really see too often. In fact, I mean, I I was kind of surprised when I got these. So these come from the Andes. You need a lot of heat and pressure to make these. They're normally found alongside with galena, which is lead ore. It's very metallic and silvery. I think we actually have some, um, and it's just really pretty stuff. I mean, look at this like kind of dark olive green color. We have some more over here. I'm going to put this down right here. It's really gorgeous stuff. And this is, of course, everything that we have that is translucent, I mean, is going to be beautiful in the sunlight. I mean, look at that. I mean, you have this really nice, clean facet there. So generally when you see, you know, barite specimens like this, so you even got like a cute little boy right there. Look at that. Oh my god. I mean, just look at the cluster. Generally, when you see them, you're only going to see crystals like this forming when there's lots of heat and pressure, right? So mountain building processes. So you'll find them a lot in mountain veins. So you need a lot of masses of rock to pressurize all that, that material to start crystallizing things. You also need a lot of time. Heat, pressure, and time. All right, the next one we're going to show. This beautiful barite crystal. Look at that. I mean, look at how the light will travel through the crystal. Now, you can tell a lot about how a crystal is formed, like its crystalline structure, by how the light travels through it. Notice how light will travel really easily through this side. You can see my finger on the other side, right? Well, if you look on the other side, look at that. It's a lot harder to transmit light through the other dimension. So that can tell you, okay, well, as a geologist, I'm looking at this and I'm like, all right, well, obviously the crystal molecules, they are arranged in a way which are lined up in this dimension. So I can see through this crystal. Very cool stuff. Thank you, Keith. Keith is a great friend of ours. Another lover of things made of rock and stone. Again, these are from the Andes. Really beautiful stuff. And we are selling these for $15 each. A really nice deal for anybody who's like a mineral collector, just wants something cool, just talk about whenever you're having people over. This is really nice to have. Having something like this, even if you're like just not into rocks and minerals, I mean, this is just really cool. Put this on your desk, put it in your kitchen. Whenever your friends come over, be like, yeah, look at this. This is from like the Andes. This is absolutely bitchin'. Really cool. Again, just another shout out here. So, before we move on to our next piece, we're gonna just give a shout out to all the people watching on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Instagram. If you see something that you like, just drop a comment in the comment section below. Message us, DM us, and we'll get you hooked up. All right. Next, we're going to be looking at some quartz crystal points. Look at this. Oh, okay. All right. Let's see. Which one do you like? I'm going to show them here. I'll just have them just setting in the background here. You want the one in probably this one? If you want that one, we'll set it aside for you. We'll get you hooked up. Alright. So, as we move on to our next specimen, again, Arkansas quartz. Look at this beautiful stuff here. So Arkansas quartz is the clearest quartz in the world. Really high quality quartz crystal comes from there. Alrighty, we'll put that one aside for you. Alright, so when we're looking at this kind of quartz, what you want to look for is just the clarity, right? If we're going to grade quartz like that, look at that. Absolutely beautiful. Wow. Now, Arkansas quartz, the mine that this comes from, right? This is from the Coleman mine. The Coleman mine, they have clusters that are about the size of a car, the size of washing machines. They have pictures of them hauling huge clusters out of the ground with giant cranes, padded with mattresses. I mean, it's absolutely insane, the kind of material that comes out of that mine. This specimen here, $84. Again, another really beautiful specimen. Another nice presentation piece. Now, metaphysically speaking, quartz crystal points are really good for channeling energy. So this is something that you want either in your altar, holding. And these points too are really nice just kind of hold, you know. Something we need right now is a lot more grounding energy. Everybody's up in the air right now, so got to bring you guys down to earth with some crystals. That's right. All right, so we're going to move on to our next crystal specimen here. Our next specimen is yet another quartz crystal specimen. Look at that. We have this nice large facet on the top here. And then on the back, you got this gorgeous stuff here. Wow. Look at that. It's like looking into just a pool of water. You have this nice big facet here. Again, Arkansas quartz is some of the best quality quartz in the world. It is absolutely gorgeous. This is $49. And this kind of price for a piece like this is just great. Absolutely great. And just look at that. We're going to move on to our next specimen here. Our next specimen we're going to look at is a gorgeous amethyst cluster from Brazil. Take a look at this. Now this is pretty heavy. I'm going to be getting my arm workout for today. Heck, yesterday was tough. I had some pretty large specimens to handle. Now, what's kind of neat about this amethyst cluster is if you look very closely, you can see these kind of like little lines here. Now, notice this point right over here, right? I mean, to see that little coloration there, that little layer of purple, you guessed it, that is a phantom. All right, so phantoms are just growth lines in the crystal, and they are just absolutely beautiful. They kind of outline the shape of the crystal, which is nice way to present the specimen. And what's kind of nice about this piece is you can stand it up just like that. I mean, look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous piece. Now, in Brazil being the #1 producer of amethyst, you have just a ton of beautiful specimens coming out from that country. In fact, one of the people that we get a lot of our amethyst from, they have a family business down there, a family mine in Brazil, and they actually had a huge crate in their warehouse here in California. I went there to pick up some amethyst, and the crate was about 10 feet tall, 6 feet wide, and I just asked them. I said, "Hey, what's in that crate?" And they said, "Oh my gosh, well, it's a huge amethyst cathedral, which is just a massive amethyst geode. And this thing was massive, 10 feet tall, 5 feet across, and they were selling it for $1.5 million to a millionaire in Spain. So, I mean, just to kind of give you an idea of how big and how massive these things can be, I mean, it's incredible. I mean, it kind of it sounds unreal, right? But just take some time, look online for some crystal caves. I mean, you're going to find a ton of pictures. There are crystals that are the size of a house. You can find stuff like that, and it is just absolutely incredible. Blows my mind away every single time. Again, this piece is actually $64. Look at that. For a large piece like this is really nice. Nice price, nice weight, nice color. Another kind of interesting aspect about these pieces. So, the preparation, right? So these are found in basaltic rock. And basalt is a type of volcanic rock. You see it a lot where there's volcanic ranges. And basalt has high amounts of magnesium and iron. So generally, when you have crystals forming in basalt, these crystals are going to have some iron in them. Amethyst has special various ions of iron. Citrine, the same thing. That's what gives them the color. So if you have one ion of iron, I think it's Fe3 plus versus Fe2 plus, maybe. That is like literally the determination whether you have amethyst or citrine. So you find this a lot in vesicles within basalt, volcanic ranges. So generally when you're cutting these out of the ground, right, notice how the crystal point, it's wide on the top towards the inner edge of the crystal cluster, and it kind of tapers down into a point, like a root, like the root of a tooth. So imagine if each crystal is like a tooth, the outer crust of the geode or the cluster is going to be your jaw, right? So generally these teeth can be loose, right? If you're going to be banging this stuff around and cutting it out of the rock, it's going to be all loose. So generally the presentation, you'll see a lot of amethyst clusters and cathedrals with this kind of black material here. This is actually like kind of cement that helps keep the crystals together from falling apart. If you don't have that, the whole thing, the whole specimen could just fall to pieces. Now, kind of what interesting thing I just noticed here, you may notice that little piece of orange there. That is a little piece of citrine, and when you see amethyst and citrine together, that is called ametrine. That is a really prized stone, very, very rare to have. And that just means that there was some kind of change in the temperature as the crystal was cooling over time. Again, kind of another neat little geologic observation. Again, this is from Brazil, $64 for this beautiful, massive, heavy, gorgeous specimen. All right, we're gonna move on to our next specimen. And, going with the theme here, we're going to look at some more amethyst. This is another really pretty specimen. Very nice kind of like presentation, the way it's cut. So we have this kind of gorgeous, kind of like like a little book almost. So you have a great presentation of how the amethyst forms, right? So amethyst is forming inside of a cavity in the ground, a big geode, right? So on the outer edge of that geode, you're going to find some banded agate, which is what we see here. You can see that. So those little bands there on the edge, that is agate. And then look at how it transitions into little small crystals. And so as the crystal grows, as it forms, you'll start with agate, then you get some heavy crystallization, and then you get the amethyst forming. And those are all amethyst points. So as they form, the silica is getting in there. You got some nice, beautiful quartz crystal points, and then the iron intrudes. All the iron will concentrate at the tip of the crystal. Look at that. Look at that agate. I mean, that's a really nice presentation, and it's kind of nice to hold. I mean, you kind of have this nice little presentation here. You could probably even stand it up. Let's take a look here. Yeah, I mean, look at that. You can stand this thing up just like that. And this is kind of nice to have, like, on your shelf. Another beautiful kind of piece. I mean, just look at that. Absolutely gorgeous stuff. Really pretty. Now, again, just as a reminder, Brazilian amethyst is just beautiful, right? Brazil is the #1 producer of amethyst on the planet. They produce a lot of gems like emeralds and sapphires, rubies, garnets, all sorts of stuff. Now this piece, look at that, $64 for this massive cluster here. Again, very beautiful specimen. And as a reminder, if you guys see anything on the stream that you like, just drop a comment in the comment section, and we have some moderators that are going to get you hooked up and ready to go. And, of course, a reminder that our online shop has opened concurrently with our live stream, opened yesterday. So we have a whole assortment of tumbled stones, which is kind of like a go-to item for a lot of people at our rock shows. So if you see anything you like on there, we got a nice little order form. We'll get you hooked up with that as well. And we also ship everywhere in North America, and we have a couple international customers as well, which we can also ship to you as well. So, yeah. Again, another beautiful cluster. I mean, just look at the way it just reflects that light. Absolutely gorgeous. All right, we're going to move on to our next specimen. So our next specimen here, we're going to be looking at another little series. This is some epidote. Epidote is a type of ultra-mafic mineral. So you find a lot of this in kind of volcanically active areas like the Andes, like in Peru. So again, look at that. Just absolutely gorgeous. See those little crystal clusters there? All these little crystals? Oh my god, look at that. That is really pretty stuff. Now, what's kind of nice about these is that they're nice. You can put them on your desk, whatever, put them in a little box somewhere, a little display box. These are kind of nice for any kind of mineral collector, or anybody who just thinks rocks are cool. If you want a nice piece to add to your collection, just like the barite we showed earlier, this is just another kind of nice piece to have. Just look at the faceting on those crystals. Now, like the barite, we also have a series of 3 here that we're going to show. And again, these specimens, these are all $12 each. Now, this is a very beautiful epidote cluster. Look at that. That is really pretty. You can even see some translucency in that little tiny crystal there. Wow. And yes, of course, it's beautiful on all sides. Now just imagine getting this out of the ground, right? Not just that, but even just the formation process. This probably took millions of years to form. And you have to hike up to the top of a mountain just to find this. Absolutely beautiful specimen. Very pretty. All right, we're going to show our next one in the series. You know what? I think this is probably the most beautiful one. I thought that one was, but this is probably it. Look at this sparkly boy. Wow. Oh my god. Wow, that is beautiful. You know, we have another kind of fine specimen, Himalayan quartz, which is just really pretty quartz crystals, but they actually form above 10,000 feet, and they're found in the Himalayas. And Sherpas cart them down on their back from the top of the mountain. Kind of a neat little thing. So if you see any Himalayan quartz, it's kind of another neat little specimen. But just imagine going up to the top of a mountain like that just to get some beautiful crystals. I mean, I've done it a couple times, but nothing like the Himalayas. That is a whole different ballpark. Again, these are $12 each. Beautiful epidote clusters from Peru, from the Andes. Absolutely gorgeous. All right, we're going to move on to our next grouping of specimens. All right. Okay, we got a lot of stuff lined up for you guys today. Our next couple boxes are just filled to the brim with fine mineral specimens. In fact, that's what we're going to focus on right now. We're going to get a big box right here. We got all sorts of stuff. Most of this material is actually from Africa. Kind of a neat little side note there. We have one piece from India. I think we're going to focus on this beautiful fluorite. Now, I've been eyeing this in our shop for a while. This is something that I might just have to buy from myself. This is a $68 fine mineral specimen. This is fluorite. Look at that. Isn't that just beautiful? Now, our fine mineral collection is great for collectors. This is somebody who wants to have something really unique, very one of a kind to have in their collection. Again, this is a nice presentation piece. Now, first of all, finding fluorite with that kind of clarity in there, that is very difficult. You rarely ever see anything like that. Usually it's really cloudy. Secondly, this color. This is from a more recent find in Morocco. Generally, you see fluorite in a lot of greens and blues and purples. You never see it as yellow. Again, yellow is one of those very rare species of fluorite. So if you see this, think, oh my gosh, this is very hard to find. Again, this is $68 from Morocco. Another beautiful fine mineral specimen. Just look at the crystal habit on there. Now, the term crystal habit just is it's a fancy geologic term. Basically just means that you're looking at the crystal structure. So if something has really good crystal habit, that means that it has very almost near perfect crystal structure. Lots of, so for example, for fluorite, lots of little cubes. You're looking for that. Oh, wow, look at that. That little refraction in there is beautiful. Oh. All right, we're going to move on to our next specimen. Our next specimen that we're going to be looking at here is a piece of vanadinite. Look at that. This is a vanadinite specimen from Morocco. This piece is $40. And again, this is something that if you are a collector, you need to have this. Like if you don't have some vanadinite, you need one of these. This is absolutely gorgeous. Now, vanadinite is a lead chlorite mineral. Really dark, very heavy and dense. Any lead minerals are going to be very dense and heavy, especially compared to their size. And the other side is pretty too, kind of sparkly and black. And what you're looking for in these kind of specimens is really good crystal structure, really good crystal habit, which is what you have here. I mean, look at those structures there. Absolutely gorgeous. It almost looks like chocolate. Now, I wouldn't recommend eating this. Probably would break your teeth and give you lead poisoning. Again, $40 from Morocco. Another beautiful specimen. And kind of keeping with the theme here, we'll look at another vanadinite specimen from Morocco. This is from a different kind of mine. This is some higher grade, higher quality vanadinite. Now this is $70, and you can instantly tell the quality is much better. You can see a lot of translucency in the crystals. I mean, look at that. Look at that. You can even see, oh my god, look at the cluster just wraps around the matrix there. Look at that. That is very beautiful. Wow. Yeah, just some of these specimens here are just absolutely gorgeous. And when you see some of these fine mineral specimens, you'll see why that they're in our fine mineral collection. You know, it's generally it takes a lot to get into that collection, but you know, you can definitely tell the difference in quality. Again, that's $70 from Morocco, a nice vanadinite specimen, fine mineral specimen. All right, we're going to move on to our next piece here. We're going to look at some Iceland spar from Madagascar, another piece in our fine mineral collection. These clusters, these specimens, these crystals, these are all going to be $20. Now, this is a very special kind of calcite. This is lavender calcite, and you may notice if you look through the crystal, you can actually see double, right? You can see like a little silhouette of my finger. That's because the crystal actually splits the light into two different waves. So the light gets split once it enters the crystal, and then it hits my finger and reflects back in just a little slightly different direction. Absolutely crazy. So what's really neat about Iceland spar, and actually where the name comes from, the name comes from how the Vikings navigated to Iceland. So Iceland spar is calcite. That's really all it is. Really high quality calcite. Now, because of its special light splitting capabilities, you could point this up at the sky on a cloudy day, and the sun, you know, it emits lots of energy, lots of light. When even on a cloudy day, you know, if we can't see the sun, the light is actually still penetrating through the clouds, whether it's infrared, ultraviolet, whatever the radiation may be, it's still coming to us. Oh god, look at that. Look at that. Look at that rainbow right there. That's absolutely gorgeous. So, on a cloudy day, if you got one of these and put this up to the sky, you could actually spot the sun. You could actually see the sun in the sky on a cloudy day with this. So, being in Norway, the Vikings experienced lots of stormy weather, lots of cloudy weather, lots of snow. And if they wanted to sail somewhere and it was cloudy, all they needed was some Iceland spar and they could navigate the seas. Now, if you know where the sun is, you can figure out which direction is west. And as long as you know which direction is west, you should be able to find out where all the other directions are. And you exactly know where you are. You know where you're going. So they navigated west to England, Iceland, Greenland, and North America using this beautiful crystal. So this piece of Iceland spar, this is not from Iceland, not from Norway. This is actually from Madagascar, and it's a special kind of Iceland spar, and it's slightly lavender in color. Now, if I was going to compare it to another piece of Iceland spar that we have here, this is a $12 piece from China. Again, it's a different, same mineral, still calcite, but just different locality. You can even notice that lavender color, slightly pink. Again, this is an absolutely gorgeous specimen. Again, $20 from Madagascar. I'm going to put this over here because we have some other Iceland spar specimens to show that are also $20 and from Madagascar. Some more of this lovely lavender calcite. Look at that. Just the shape alone is just to get you. Now, if you don't have a piece like this and you're just another mineral collector, again, this is something that you need to have in your collection, right? This is like a must-have. Now, really high-quality optical calcite, which is another name for this, can be used in various devices, various pieces of technology, like optical lenses, for example, for splitting light. Like high-tech pieces of machinery and equipment will actually use lenses like this. I got a shout out from Marie. Thank you for coming in and watching our show. Again, this is another $20 piece. Beautiful, beautiful quality. I mean, just look at the shape here. I mean, this is gorgeous. Now, you might notice the stair-stepping pattern, right? So how it almost looks like stepping stairs. Now, interesting about calcite. Crystals will always break along their crystalline structure. So we call that cleavage in geology. Now, the way a rock cleaves, the way its crystalline structure is, means that it will always cleave along that structure. So if I took a hammer and broke this up into pieces, I would get little trapezoids, little beautiful shapes, little tiny shapes just like this. If I took fluorite, for example, cubic fluorite, I could get a bunch of little cubes of fluorite. Fluoridoctahedrons, I could get a bunch of little fluoridoctahedrons just from breaking the crystal up. Again, another $20 piece from Madagascar. This is our last Madagascar piece. This one has some really pretty inclusions. I mean, just look at how the light goes into that. Again, I always like crystals with inclusions since it just gives the crystal more surfaces for the light to reflect off of. Makes it really pretty. Absolutely gorgeous. And just as a reminder, if you guys see something on the stream that you like, that you want to buy, put a comment down in the chat. If you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, or Instagram, DM us, let us know that you want this piece, and we'll get that piece for you. And also another note, we're going to be doing this from 12 to 6 p.m. today. And if you're watching this as a pre-recorded VOD and you see a specimen you like, just let us know that you want it and we may still have it. Again, beautiful, beautiful specimens. All right, we're going to be looking at some more calcites, but not calcite spar. This is going to be a different variety of calcite. Now, different crystals, different minerals, they can crystallize into different shapes. And it all depends on the temperature at which they form. Thank you. Now, this is some yellow calcite from the United States, from Tennessee, Smith County. And you may notice a big difference in the shape, right? It's not a cube. So, calcite generally will take various crystal shapes depending on the temperature. This is on the higher end of that temperature scale, so you need a lot of pressure and temperature, high temperature, to get something like this. Now, what causes the color is just some simple iron staining, right? So there must have been some iron in the water that was in the ground while this was crystallizing out. Again, calcite is an evaporate mineral, so you need water evaporating for it to form. Get a little close up on the crystal here. Again, these are really nice just to kind of have as like a little display piece. Again, as if you're a mineral collector, this is again a nice specimen to have. All right, and we're gonna look at another one. Just put this to the side here. Our next calcite specimen from Tennessee is a bit better quality, actually. This is really pretty stuff. I mean, just look at that. Gorgeous. You can even see some nice faceting there, which is really nice. Now, if you think about the facets as windows, right? What does a window do? Let light into a space. So the larger the facet, the more light can travel through the crystal. So having nice, large, wide facets here lets a lot of light into the crystal, which will help illuminate the inclusions more. It'll actually make it less cloudy. Just look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. Every dimension of this specimen is just beautiful. And just as a little comment here, these are $48 each, right? Beautiful price, beautiful specimen. Absolutely gorgeous. Our next one from Tennessee we're going to look at. This is probably one of my favorites. Look at that. That is absolutely gorgeous. Look at that. Again, nice big facets. Facets being those windows into the crystal, right? So you let more light in, really just show off the beauty of this crystal. And look at the clarity in here too. Now, seeing that from one of these Tennessee calcites, that is really rare. Again, for the price, this is just a gorgeous specimen. And even look at that. See how that iron just is so stratified along the edge of the crystal? I mean, that is just beautiful. Seeing that as a geologist is like, wow. That is really cool. All right. And that is our Tennessee series of calcites. Very gorgeous. Next, we're going to look at a lovely piece of Madagascar Iceland spar, our last lavender piece in that series. Now, this is probably the nicest one. Look at this. This is absolutely gorgeous. Again, notice that light splitting capability. You can see double, right? That's because the crystal splits the light. And you can see that really well on this specimen. Just look at the clarity there. That is gorgeous. And even though you don't have, too many microfractures for light refraction, you still have a couple. Look at that. So that you get that rainbow effect there. The light reflecting off the fractures within the crystal. Very gorgeous. And every angle of this stone is just beautiful. I mean, every side. And that just looks like water. We get a close up look here. Look at that. I mean, I sometimes just look at stuff like this and I just do this for hours. Really beautiful piece. Now this is a $20 specimen from Madagascar. Again, Beautiful, beautiful Iceland spar. Gorgeous stuff. All right, next we're going to look at something else other than calcite. We'll get to the calcite later. We have some Cobaltian calcite. Again, this is a little bit of a different variety. Now, this stuff is from the Congo. Cobaltian calcite is just kind of known for being this bright pink mineral. And it's a little bit chemically different than other kinds of calcites. Calcite is an evaporate mineral, and this is too. But you have some harsher, denser chemicals in here, right? This is stuff that's very resistant. You need a lot more heat and pressure. So generally when you see stuff like this, when you see this pink coloration in any kind of rock, first thing you want to think about is manganese, right? So think about a mineral or crystal called rhodonite, right? Rhodonite is a very pink mineral, very pink rock. And when it's not oxidized, it will be bright pink. But when it is oxidized, it's just a stark black. And we have quite a few rhodonite specimens that we can probably show later. Now, this specimen here, this is a $38 Cobaltian calcite specimen. Again, this is kind of like one of those unique mineral specimens. Definitely a nice talking piece. Very pretty stuff. All right, we'll move on to our next specimen here. We're going to look at some wolfenite. This is wolfenite from Morocco. Wolfenite is a lead manganese mineral. Look at that tiny little crystal there. Now, again, being in one of our fine mineral collections, you have to have some pretty unique stuff going on. So these are barite crystals with wolfenite right in the center. And just look at the color in that. So wolfenite is generally going to be found as being this kind of brightly orange or bright yellow crystal. And this is stuff that's more common. You can find it as like a neon yellow, which is a little more rare. That stuff is found in China. The orange is mainly found in like northern Africa. And if you're really, really lucky to get some red cloud specimens from the United States, those are very nice. And so the red cloud wolfenite is just gorgeous. It's just this beautiful, stark red color. Now, being a lead mineral, you're going to find this a lot where you find lead ore, like galena. So oftentimes you might find some of these specimens pairing with galena. So this will be growing on a galena matrix. Very cool piece. This is $27 from Morocco. Another gorgeous specimen. Alright, next we're going to show probably another wolfenite specimen. Might as well get these guys out of the way here. So this specimen here, this is a $18 wolfenite specimen. Quite a bit smaller, but the crystals are actually a little bit bigger. Look at that. Look at that little wolfenite crystals in there. So wolfenite crystals are generally pretty tabular, so they form in these kind of blades, which is kind of neat. Now, all of our fine mineral specimens do come with a nice little display box, so you can put it on your desk and not have to monkey around with it, touch it and stuff. So, really cool stuff. Again, this piece is $18. Next in our pairing, we're going to have our last wolfenite specimen in this fine mineral box. So this piece here, this is also from Morocco. This is a $12 piece. Look at that. Now these specimens, oftentimes a lot of our fine specimens are going to be a little more fragile, and they're oftentimes a little small, so you know, when you're handling these, you just got to be careful. Yeah, just gorgeous. The nice yellow color is really striking, you know. You see this very rarely in nature, these kind of harsh, extreme colors. When you do, it's just absolutely beautiful. And again, this piece is $12. Not bad. All right, we're going to move on to our next specimen here. Again, as a reminder, if you see something in the stream that you like, just put a comment down below in the chat, and we will get you hooked up. We got some awesome moderators out there that are helping us out with the stream. All right, next we're going to look at some rubellite. Just a fancy name for a piece of ruby in quartz crystal. So this is from India. And that little guy, that is one solid ruby. This is a single A grade ruby. So not high quality, but this is something that you would want to have as like a, you know, a mineral sample for a collection. So as it stands, this specimen is pretty good. I mean, it's a $125 specimen. Being a ruby, it's going to be expensive. Now, as it is, it's a single A. If I was to cut this crystal here, I could probably get a, I don't know. If this was cut, you could probably get a AA or AAA stone out of it. And that's just the grading scale for gems in general. It scales up with quality and size, rarity. Just look at the color in that. Again, a very striking color. This is nice as a mineral specimen just to have in your collection. All right, next we're going to look at some calcites from China. Now, the calcite from around the world, really, I should say this, that depending on where you are, you'll have different kinds of colorations, different kinds of variety. So for China, depending on where you are, you could get, you know, yellows and whites and maybe, if you're lucky, some blues. But for example, the lavender calcite from Madagascar, that is just unique to Madagascar. China usually has these really pale yellow, lots of really nice kind of calming white colored calcites. A lot of them are massive in nature, so you don't really tend to see a lot of really nice clear ones. So, but this is nice to kind of see the difference in variety. So if I was going to give you kind of like a side-by-side comparison, right? So this is the difference here. Difference in quality, difference in size, difference in color, right? One is much more clear than the other. Look at that. So that is a big difference. And so the ones from Madagascar, since they're being, you know, since they're unique and much more pretty, these guys are a little more rare as well. So those ones are $20, but these are $12, something much more affordable for a collector. So that's one of our specimens. Just take a look at the fractures too. Now remember, each little microsilicon fracture, that is just another surface for the light to reflect off of, to give more of that rainbow effect. In my opinion, makes a crystal more beautiful. And just look at that. I mean, even you can even see that doubling right there. Look at that. That is gorgeous. All right, our next Chinese calcite specimen is going to be this beautiful one right here. This is really unique. So notice this color delineation here. That is something you don't see too often. That's interesting. And look at this. I mean, in the sunlight, imagine what this is going to look like. You have all this just rainbow effect going on. I mean, this would probably just light up a room. Just look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, you don't see, you know, a lot of that too often, with a lot of clear calcite crystals with a lot of fractures. I mean, it's relatively clear for how many fractures it has, which is pretty impressive. All right, we're gonna put that one to the side. Got our next one coming up here. So our last calcite here is actually very interesting. So it looks like the this orange line here, you can kind of see that it looks like a little orange lightning bolt kind of. It actually travels along the cleavage plane of the crystal. So my hypothesis is that it looks like along that fracture line, some iron-rich water must have gotten in there and stained the crystal orange. That's probably what happened. But that kind of thing you just don't ever see. This is a very unique specimen. Again, this is something that, unique, you would see in, somebody's mineral collection. This is something you should get if you want this. Very beautiful stuff. Absolutely gorgeous. Again, these guys are $12 each. This is, again, Iceland spar from China. Just beautiful stuff. A little pyramid there. Look at that. All right. So our next specimen that we're going to show here is some petrified wood. So we got some petrified wood specimens here. This is from Eden Valley, Wyoming. Now, if you're into just some fossils, that kind of thing, these are just kind of nice to have as just a, mineral sample. A nice, cool little piece of history, right? So these are actually tree limbs that are agatized. Really neat stuff. And just take a look at that. What's really neat too about this specimen here is that it's hollow. So generally the density between the outer edge of a tree towards the center is going to be different. So you can get some little cavities in here as it's crystallizing. And generally what happens is that you have a tree, like a tree trunk or tree limb that gets buried. And it gets saturated with mineral-rich water. And that mineral-rich water will just start to crystallize the tree limb or the tree. So, just look at that gorgeous banding in there. Again, these are nice pieces just to have as a piece of history. So just to kind of give you an idea, these are probably about 60 to 100 million years old. These were definitely around, living and giving us lovely oxygen during the time of the dinosaurs. Absolutely gorgeous. Alright, so our next specimen here we're going to look at, another tree limb. Again, this is like some really neat stuff. Look at the history in here. You get this nice, like, just when you hold this, you think, wow, this was alive, a living tree when the dinosaurs were stomping around on the planet. Now, the geologic setting at the time, the middle of the contiguous United States, going up through Canada all the way to the Gulf of Mexico, was an inland sea. It was covered in water, and that's actually why you see a lot of fish fossils all throughout that area, around Utah, Colorado, Idaho, Wyoming, Montana. And this inland sea went all the way from the Arctic Sea up to the north, down to the Gulf of Mexico, down in the south. And so there was a lot of just fish and wildlife. Now, this shallow sea was probably about roughly 10 to 30 feet deep at most. I mean, it stretched for hundreds of miles. It was just probably would have been a sight to see. And this whole sea was lined with just gorgeous trees. And actually, back then, if you guys are familiar with the sequoia trees from California, the earth was pretty much almost completely covered with sequoia trees and cycads, which are a type of ancient species of tree that still exists today. Actually, cycads are some of the oldest species of trees in the world, and you can spot one very easily if you see a tree that looks kind of like a pine tree and has very, very spiky bladed leaves, almost like spiky branches or kind of something similar to that. Look at the agate in there. That is just gorgeous. Just lights up the top of the stone. Very pretty stuff. And so this petrified wood we're selling at $6 each. Kind of a nice little collection here. Kind of nice, something nice and affordable if you want some petrified wood in your collection. So next we're going to look at some more petrified wood. We're going to be looking at one of our fine petrified wood specimens. This is a slab. Now, these slabs are really nice. The way that they're displayed, we have a kind of a gorgeous display here. I mean, look at that. So this was the edge of the branch or the tree limb, and it's cut and polished on this side and the other side. And so you can really see the tree grain, the wood grain. You can even see the tree rings right there. Just a really neat display here. Now these again are from the northwestern United States. Just another gorgeous specimen to have to your collection. I mean, just look at the grain here. From the outer edge to this. Absolutely gorgeous. Now this specimen here is $16. Again, very affordable piece for someone who wants to have some petrified wood in their collection. Absolutely beautiful. All right. So next we're going to be looking at another petrified wood specimen. Might as well finish up the series here. This is a much thicker piece of petrified wood. This is a $20 specimen from Wyoming. Really pretty stuff. Again, you can see the rings there. I mean, look at that. So generally when you have this crystallization, when something is just crystallized of silica, we're going to see lots of agatization. So this will actually turn into a form of agate. So what happens is that the tree itself, most of the wood, per se, actually isn't here anymore. What ends up happening is that the wood itself gets replaced by silica. And so instead what you have is this interesting kind of display where every single piece of wood inside here was actually just kind of transformed into silica. Again, this is a very neat presentation. These slabs are really nice just for display purposes. You can have them just standing up on their side like that. Like this. Really beautiful display piece. Now this piece is $20 again from Wyoming. Another gorgeous, really affordable piece of petrified wood. Very beautiful stuff. All right, our next specimen is going to be some more petrified wood. Might as well get this running through here. All right, so we have another lovely tree limb from Wyoming. This is a $15 specimen. Look at that. I really like the display here, where you have one side that's nice and kind of polished. It's even kind of rounded. And then the other side is just rough. Now, when you're looking in nature and you see a stone on the ground that kind of looks like a dirty tree limb, it might be petrified wood. So generally what you want to... Oh, look at that knot in there. That is really cool. So generally what you want to look for is you want to look for something that kind of looks like this. If you're out in nature and you see something like this in Wyoming, Utah, Colorado, Arizona, Nevada, Oregon, California, if you see something like this, it's probably petrified wood. Just look at that. Just a beautiful piece of history. Literally, when you hold any of our minerals, any of these fossils, you're literally holding a piece of the Earth's history. It's literally timeless. Sometimes you can be holding something that is 400 million years old, like our stromatolites. That is really something else. Absolutely gorgeous. Again, this specimen is $15. Yet again, another lovely piece, affordable for any amateur collector. Our next specimen that we're going to be looking at, again, more petrified wood. This is a nice display piece. This is a beautiful slab. This is a $40 piece. Take a look at that. So this is a very, kind of like a much wider kind of limb. This must have been like a, some kind of interesting tree. Maybe it could have been a tree limb. Now this specimen here is actually from Morocco. Just look at the grain pattern in that. You can even see like just a hole through there. It's really neat. It almost looks like just a piece of meat, right? Some filet mignon, right? There's actually an interesting artist that actually takes minerals and crystals and fossils and takes pictures of these settings where he set them up into plates of food. Kind of a neat, interesting little artistic, expression there. Again, that's a $40 slab from Morocco. These are some Arizona petrified wood hearts. So these are shaped pieces. And these are all $15 each. All sorts of different varieties. You can even see the grain in there. I mean, that's just gorgeous. This is something nice to kind of hold. This would be great for someone who's like a park ranger, someone who loves the forest. And this is something we need a lot more of. Lots of love. We got some more here. Again, we have quite a variety of just different minerals and specimens. So if you see something that you like, also ask us too, like, hey, do you guys have any more of those? And, we can't show everything that we have on the show, but if you see something and just ask, and we can kind of get you hooked up, take some pictures for you. We're definitely do that kind of stuff. Yeah, just look at that layering there. You can just see the wood grain. There's a awesome family from the northwestern United States that actually collects big, huge fossilized petrified tree trunks. And what they do is they take these huge tree trunks and they slab them up into coffee tables. Imagine a 10, 5, 16 foot coffee table made out of petrified wood. That is a sight to see. And yes, they're very expensive. I would love one. I probably can't afford one. If I win the lottery, I'll get one. All right. Again, those are $15. Next, we're going to look at Amethyst's iron ion cousin, some citrine. And I think this is just great. Look at this. Oh my god. Again, another heavy piece, $160 piece from Brazil. Look at this. The color on that. This is just fire right here. Look at that. Absolutely gorgeous piece. Again, another awesome specimen from Brazil. Now, for those who were watching earlier, we discussed how amethyst, the difference between amethyst and citrine is just the difference of having one iron ion compared to another. And that difference is determined by a very slight temperature variation as the crystal's forming. So within a couple degrees. So if you have let's say, a piece of amethyst and the temperature goes up or down a little bit, you could just get some citrine. And if it goes up and down a little bit too, you could have some more amethyst. So oftentimes you'll see these specimens where you'll see a geode that will just have citrine in it, or a geode that will just have amethyst in it. And very rarely you'll have a situation where you have both amethyst and citrine in the same crystal. It happens. It's called ametrine, a very beautiful gemstone. And just look at that. Again, you can see the lovely classic banded agate layer around the outer crust of the geode, and then the root of the crystals. And just look at the crystals in that. Look at how gorgeous that is. That is beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. So having a cluster like this is nice to put on a coffee table or on a mantle. This is a nice display piece. This is a nice piece that you want to just have prominently shown in your house, in your apartment. Tell people all about it. Absolutely gorgeous piece. All right, we're going to move on to our next citrine specimen. And just as a friendly reminder, if you see something in the stream that you like and that you want, simply just put a comment down below, whether you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, or Instagram. Send us a DM, a message, and we'll get you hooked up. Again, this is another citrine specimen from Brazil. This is a $28 specimen. Kind of nice, an affordable piece. This is kind of interesting too. You have this kind of bloom here. Now, this is interesting. This kind of display is nice to have if you're really into how crystals form, like the geology behind it. You can just look at that. You can just see how the crystal forms. You can easily see that root of the crystal growing up and blooming out. This is how these clusters form. Very nice observation here. Just look at that. Now those little dark spots there, you can see that a lot often in amethyst and citrine. Those are probably some magnesium deposits. And look at that. Look at the outer edge there. I mean, just this beautiful kind of brecciated, like agate there. Oh, wow. That's really cool. Gorgeous stuff. So again, this is a $28 piece of citrine from Brazil. Beautiful specimen. Our next specimen that we're going to show is going to be another citrine specimen. This is, again, from Brazil. And then just another nice display piece. Now, what's interesting about this specimen, again, this is $28. Look at the crystals. They look a little cloudy, right? Now, that's something that is very unique. Only some pockets will actually have this cloudiness. I actually kind of like it. It's kind of mysterious. So what causes it is that you have a developing geode underground, and for whatever reason, the geode must have been exposed to the air. And what happens is that the crystal will start to oxidize, especially if there's still water in there. So, however, whatever happens, the chemicals will start to oxidize and leave behind a tiny little layer on top of the crystals. And if you don't like it, it's very easy to clean up. A lot of times what they'll do, miners will just kind of soak these in a very weak acid. So hydrochloric acid is, one choice. Acetic acid, and that should clean up the cloudiness a little bit. But I actually kind of like it. It's really pretty. Alright, again, that's $28 from Brazil. Yet another beautiful specimen. Alright, so our next crystal specimen, this is going to be more of like a rock specimen, which we have quite a few of. This is a piece of muscovite on quartz and feldspar, and this is actually a piece of pegmatite. Just another really pretty kind of presentation. I mean, so look at this. So generally, this kind of stuff, you're going to find this in an area where you have tectonic activity. You have plutons that are cooling, so these big masses of magma that are cooling into granite, and generally in situations like that, you'll see a type of granite called graphic granite, and you may notice this little kind of weird squiggle, that little gray squiggle right there. So that is a piece of graphic granite. This is graphic granite. So you'll have crystals of muscovite, which is mica. That's actually something that's used in lots of makeup if you're into that kind of thing, like blush and eyeshadow. And graphic granite looks like almost like a ancient text. It looks like letters. So it will just kind of be squiggly and just arranged in certain ways. And that's just because of how the heat affects it as it's crystallizing. Again, a nice little display specimen here. This piece is $12. If you're really into geology and rocks, this is something you might want to get. Very cool. All right, our next specimen here is going to be some phantom amethyst from Namibia. I think that's the first time I ever said Namibia correctly without stuttering. All right, so we have a gorgeous phantom amethyst here. Now, phantom amethysts, we had a couple of these on the stream yesterday. And what makes them very unique is the fact that they have these little beautiful phantoms in there. So you may notice that looks like almost like there's a crystal inside of a crystal here. It's almost like a Russian doll of crystals. And each little line there is actually a growth line of when the crystal was forming. So as a crystal forms, it'll slowly build a molecular layer of silica on top of itself. So it creates these almost like little crystal-like tree rings. And over the course of millions of years, layer after layer will be deposited on the top of the crystal point, making it larger and larger and larger and larger. And so you can really see that very nicely right there. So notice how the light is reflecting off it. See those little lines right over here on this crystal here? How it's just kind of like a bunch of striations reflecting in the light? Those are all the growth lines. So, and it's very hard to tell, how long this crystal took to form. Generally, you have to use other things like the dating of the rocks, or you can even take the radioisotopic data from the crystal itself and date it. But generally, you can't really use the growth lines to kind of determine the age of the crystal like you can with a tree. Because sometimes certain things change, right? Crystals move around, the earth moves around, things get pressurized, things heat up. So generally, to determine the age, you have to use other things like the age of the rocks that it's in. Oh yeah, look at the phantom in that one. That is really gorgeous. But really what those growth lines tell you is where the water came from as the crystal was forming. Where did the material come from, right? It shows the development of the crystal. how it changed over time. Very neat stuff. Again, this is a $28 piece of Phantom Amethyst. All right. So that is a whole box of fine mineral specimens. Next, we're going to show another box of various items here. We have some lovely onyx shot glasses. So we had some onyx mortar and pestles earlier, another handmade carved piece that we have in our shop. Now these are nice. Onyx is very soft, so you can carve it into pretty much anything you want, right? Mortar and pestle, a goblet, a shot glass. Take a look at these. Imagine being at a party and just whipping these out and saying, hey, let's do a shot, right? Let's do a shot of these. These are really nice too for like candle holders as well. I mean, all these things are very nice, like multi-purpose sort of things. So onyx, being an evaporate mineral, you're going to see this a lot in places where there's water evaporating. And again, these are nice pieces, nice display pieces. You can put these in a cabinet for display. You can actually use them. I have a great friend of mine who actually bought some onyx wine glasses from us quite a few years ago, and he uses them all the time. Again, these are very beautiful. So that's one in the series. We have a lot of these. If you are interested in some of these, again, drop a comment below, message one of our moderators, and we can get you hooked up. We also have more variety as well. I mean, this is just the tip of the iceberg right here. Look at that. Look at just the layers in that, the strata. Wow. I mean, you can really just see just right through it. And these are really nice and pretty to kind of like use, you know, during a special occasion. Especially during like an outdoor kind of event where you have lots of sunlight kind of reflecting off of these and shining through these, illuminating this. A lot of this material comes from Mexico and Pakistan, and there's actually quite a few people that will slab this. They'll turn it into nice flat slabs, and they actually have these light panels that you can buy. Very beautiful ways to display this material. It's gorgeous. Metaphysically speaking, it's onyx is used a lot for urns and vases that, you know, maybe hold some ashes. It's considered as a calming, peaceful stone. So if you're wanting some calming, chill, peaceful times with your friends, this is kind of a nice thing to have. So maybe one day once this whole pandemic is over, have a party. Bring these out. These are really nice. And we're going to be selling these here for $9 each. So again, a nice kind of like affordable little thing to have. And notice even the coloration. The onyx too ranges from being kind of clear and white, has these different layers of like, you know, iron going through them, some hematite, and sometimes you get some green in there, which is really pretty. My favorite is the green. All right, so we're going to be going on to our next set of items here. So next we have a lovely piece of galena. All right, galena is lead ore. This is a $45 specimen. This is a fine specimen. And just take a look at this. I mean, look at the reflection in that. That is beautiful. Again, being lead ore, if you've ever felt a lead weight before, lead is very heavy. This is very heavy. So this comes from Mexico. And just look at the structure here. Galena is classic for a mineral collection. If you are a mineral collector, you need a piece of galena in your collection. If you don't have one, you need to get one. Galena is really cool. It has like a nice kind of silvery steel blue kind of color with a reflective surface. Another one of these lovely metallic ores. I mean, just look at that. Look at all the facets that it's just reflecting off of. It's a really good crystal habit. This is nice as too. If you're like really into geology, having one of these is like a specimen to show your students, to show your friends and your family. Really neat. Again, this is a $45 specimen from Mexico. Really beautiful piece. All right, we're going to go on to our next specimen here. So this is a piece of red quartz from Arkansas. Now, red quartz, the main difference here between this and other kinds of quartz is that red quartz has a very thin layer of iron oxide on the surface, which gives it that kind of nice red color. If you look at it very closely too, it's really nice and kind of like a kind of translucent sort of. Really pretty. So you may notice too, it's literally coating the outside of the crystal, right? The inside of the crystal, it's pretty clear. Now finding quartz like this is relatively rare. And yeah, this is a $25 specimen from Arkansas. That's kind of cool. All right, we're gonna move on to our next specimen here. We have some Himalayan quartz. Brought this up earlier, talked about it. This is quartz that is found and formed 10,000 feet above sea level. So you find this a lot in the Himalayas. Sherpas have to get this stuff down by hand. Imagine having to go up to the top of a mountain just to get a quartz crystal piece like this. So what's nice about this is that when you're holding this, you have to think about where it formed. It formed in the Himalayas, 10,000 feet above sea level. That makes it special. And the fact that someone in Nepal, some Sherpa, some miner had to climb up to the top of those mountains and get this back down. That is absolutely crazy to think about. A lot of Tibetan traditions will actually use these crystals for various religious practices. It almost looks like ice. It's really pretty. Again, this is a $53 specimen from the Himalayas, from Nepal. Gorgeous, beautiful, pretty, like ice. Kind of a interesting geologic trick question. Is ice a mineral? Ice is a mineral. You can fact check this. Ice is actually a mineral. And read up on it and find out why. Alright, we're going to go to our next specimen here. This is a piece of grape chalcedony from Indonesia. We have a couple of these specimens. It's very rare. It's very expensive. This piece is $98. Now, I've been trying to get a hold of this for a long time. Back when this stuff first hit the market, I really wanted to get some. It just couldn't find any. Back then, it was fairly cheap. Now, there's not a lot of it anymore. Again, this is a beautiful piece. They call it grape chalcedony because each little botryoidal vesicle here, this is a botryoidal crystalline structure. Oh wow, look at that. It's kind of like a little arch. Each little vesicle, it looks almost like a little piece of grape. It looks like a little bundle of grapes, doesn't it? Really pretty stuff. Again, this is from Indonesia. Now this is a piece too where if you're an avid mineral collector, definitely having one of these in your collection is nice. Having anything that's botryoidal like this, with this kind of crystal structure, is nice to have. Alright, next we're going to look at some Herkimer diamonds from New York. These are absolutely gorgeous. These are naturally double terminated quartz crystals. So what's so special about these is that normally when you see a quartz crystal cluster, right, you're gonna see these. You're gonna see quartz crystals as just having a point, right, and they're kind of they have a root that's bound to a cluster or a geode, a little cavity in the ground. These, they form on the side. So notice this little rough section here. This was actually connected to the rock, just like that, and it grew in 2 points naturally. So this is not, if you see something like this, a lot of people will look at this and be like, oh, well, it doesn't look real. It is real. This actually forms like this underground. So what's really interesting about these guys is that you need to have carbon in the soil or in the rock that these are forming in. So for example, you see a lot of these in New York. There is a lot of coal, lots of bioluminescent coal, lots of anthracite, which is a low-grade coal, lots of oil right off the coast. So you can find these a lot in places like Afghanistan or Saudi Arabia where there's oil fields. In fact, we actually have a couple specimens of Herkimer diamonds that have petroleum in them. Literally, they have liquid petroleum inside the crystal. We'll probably show some of those in a little bit too. Those are really cool. Now, the story about Herkimer diamonds. They're called Herkimer diamonds because they were found in Herkimer, New York. Now, they're also named after a town, and the town is named after a general. His name was General Herkimer. He was a Revolutionary War general, and he wanted to fund his army to help repel the British. So what he did was he was, kind of exploring the woods of upstate New York, looking for some various resources to, help fund his army to kind of mine or, find some gold. He came across these little crystals on the ground. So he picked one up and said, oh my gosh, they must be diamonds. So he ordered all of his men to start mining, all of them. And they mined all sorts of them. These are found in dolomitic limestone, which is a very hard rock. So very hard mining. Lots of hammers and sledgehammers were used to break up big boulders. I've actually mined these, and it's very difficult work. Back-breaking work, in fact. So he had an appraiser, a gemologist from France, come over and appraise these. And the gemologist said, well, wait a minute, these aren't diamonds, these are quartz crystals. These are worthless. And so, after all that work of mining these worthless crystals, they just dumped them all and went about their day, found something else to do. So, the name stuck. They named the town after him, where the crystals are found. They're called Herkimer diamonds after that General Herkimer. And, and the rest is history. So, metaphysically speaking, these guys are really high energy stones, having double terminations here. The terminations, the points, are great for channeling energy. Okay, so if you have these in your altar, if you're holding them in your hand, right, they're really nice power pieces to have for an altar or for ritual meditation, that kind of thing. So this specimen here is $48, and that's a really good price for this beautiful specimen here. I mean, we can even look up close at it. Look at the inclusions in that. That is absolutely gorgeous. So we're just going to put this down right here. Again, those are from New York. I'm going to show another Herkimer diamond here. And like I had said, I have actually gone and mined these, and it's very difficult work. I went during the summertime, during a really bad heat wave, and it was almost 100 degrees, 100% humidity. It was miserable, but it was well worth it. Got a lot of beautiful specimens. Shout out to the Ace of Diamonds mine in New York. If you're ever there on vacation, go there after the pandemic is over. Beautiful place. Now take a look at these facets here. So these Herkimer diamonds, they actually have really good clarity. Very beautiful. They take a lot of heat and pressure to form. And another kind of unique thing about them, right? So when we think about diamonds, diamonds themselves are actually very abundant. The market for diamonds is actually very controlled, and the price is fixed. So a lot of diamond mines, they're all owned by these mega mining corporations, and they control the price. So diamonds really aren't that special. No matter what these gem stores try to tell you, you know, these are diamonds are just really just common. They're very resistant. They're very useful for lots of machinery, lots of drills, that kind of thing. But these guys here, these are much more rare than diamonds. In fact, for probably every 1 million diamonds on the planet, there is probably a handful of these. Just think about that. And just look at that. Yeah, some anhydros would be nice. Technically, our petroleum quartz is considered a anhydro, even though it's not water. But those are really cool to see. Anything where there's liquid trapped inside of a crystal is just really unique and neat. So this is a $59 specimen from Herkimer, New York. Again, a beautiful collection piece. If you don't have one of these in your mineral collection, you should probably get one. These are gorgeous. And just as a reminder for people watching on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Instagram, if you see something on the stream that you like, just put a comment down below in the chat and let us know that you want that thing, and we will get it for you. And if you're watching this as a pre-recorded VOD later on, just message us and say, hey, is that Herkimer diamond still for sale? And we may say yes. Alright, so we're going to move on to our next specimen here. Just as a another friendly reminder, we're going to be streaming from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. today. This is our last day of the show, so if you see something that you really like, something you really want, get it. And don't worry, we might be doing this more often. Apparently a lot of people are saying that we should, so we probably will. Now, our next thing that we're going to show here, these are really cool. These are onyx dice. Now, if you're into, you know, any kind of game, Yahtzee, just anything, if you're into D&D, these are really cool to have. Look at these. Look at these. These are really cool. A really unique way to kind of just play a game. Now, each die is fairly similar to the other. It's really difficult to cheat with these. So, but yeah, these are really cool. These are $5 each. Again, another kind of unique thing to have, right? Another kind of talking piece. And they're really actually pretty resistant. They're nice and, you know, kind of tough. I mean, if you are really rough with your stuff, geez, make everything out of rock, right? Look at just the striations in that. So each one is different. We got all sorts of these. So just, you know, kind of message us if you want some of these. We have a ton of different varieties. Just let us know. Now, next, what we're going to show is a interesting mineral that has chromium in it. Now, chromium usually makes lots of minerals green. It changes the color of the mineral. So, when you see anything that's green, think, okay, it either has chlorine in it or chromium. Now, this is called chrome chalcedony. Look at this. It almost looks like a piece of green moss or algae kind of trapped in a crystalline layer. I mean, it's beautiful, beautiful, very sparkly. Again, you know, the camera just kind of takes away some of the beauty. In person, this is just so gorgeous. Just take a look at that. I mean, it's absolutely beautiful. This is another one of those nice fine mineral specimens that you'd want to have, you know, just kind of show your friends, be like, wow, do you want to see this really cool thing? This is really neat. Now, basically what had happened here is you had a chromium-rich mineral of some kind, probably chromite, and it became trapped and encased within this, well, layer of chalcedony. You don't really see stuff like this too often. Usually it happens when you have a cavity underground that fractured and you had mineral-rich water that just kind of came in and just coated everything. Really beautiful stuff. Now this specimen right here is $43. Another fine specimen. And this does come in a nice little mineral case, so you can display it very nicely. Another beautiful, beautiful piece. All right, we're going to move on to our next specimen here. And just to let all of our viewers know, we're going to be taking a short 20-minute break at 3 p.m. That's our halfway point. And then we'll be back for some more rocks until 6 p.m. tonight. So let's get some more of these awesome guys here. This is a huge pyrite cluster. Now, pyrite being iron pyrite, right, has iron. Iron is heavy, right? So this is a massive pyrite cluster from South America, from Peru. Look at this. It's very heavy. This is $105. This kind of quality is very uncommon, very rare. Seeing something like this is just amazing. Let's take a look at just the detail in there. So we had a piece of cubic pyrite earlier. In fact, it might be interesting to kind of display the two together. So this is a earlier specimen, $46 specimen of cubic pyrite. Notice the color, it is the same material, right? So the difference is obviously shape. The shape is just based on just temperature differences during crystal formation. So to form a cube, you need a very kind of low stable temperature. Now, these crystals start forming at a certain temperature. Again, being iron, it's fairly high, thousands of degrees. Now, anything higher than that is going to yield a different crystal shape. The atoms are going to react in a different way. So they're going to just kind of form different crystal shapes, different patterns, depending on the heat, depending on how excited they are, because heat energy will excite atoms, right? So on the low end, we have the cube. On a higher end, we start having things that are more like octahedrons or cylinders, right? We have these more cylindrical shapes forming. And so you may even notice too that you don't really have one solid crystal here. You have a whole cluster of them, right? Compared to the cube, those are just two massive crystals. So really it just tells you a lot about the geologic environment they formed in. This guy, the cube, had a lot more time at a stable, low, cool temperature to form. These, very high temperatures, not as much time as this bad boy over here, the cube. Again, just as beautiful though. Interesting kind of comparison to make. Again, this is a $105 pyrite cluster from Peru. Beautiful. All right, we're gonna show our next specimen here. So we had our onyx shot glasses up earlier, right? And those shot glasses are awesome. I had mentioned that you can make anything out of onyx, and you really can. We have quite a variety of handmade goods made out of onyx. We have shot glasses, and we have these beautiful, cute little sherry glasses. These are little tulip glasses, that's what we call them. They're just gorgeous, beautiful patterns. These are $10 each, and just gorgeous. I mean, look at that. This is a nice, very nice presentation piece. If you want to just be fancy, like fancy, get one of these, show your friends. They're gonna think, wow, like, where the heck did you get these? Tell them, Midgard Mercantile. So these are really nice. I personally have a little bit of each kind of onyx thing that we have. I use them all the time. They're really nice, very resistant. They are not dishwasher safe. Do not use a dishwasher. Now, being an evaporate mineral, right? These are born from evaporating water. They're, very susceptible to anything that's slightly acidic. So after using these, just rinse them out with water. Wash them down with like a little sponge and, hand wash them, hand dry them, and you should be fine. Again, these are just so unique. Each one is a little bit different. I mean, look at the patterns in that. That's just really pretty. And again, too, being in like the light, imagine that you are just outside in the sun, and these are just being illuminated. Just gorgeous. And this one is absolutely gorgeous. Just to show you just the pure variety of this material, from greens to browns to oranges to just pure white onyx. Absolutely gorgeous. And again, these are like shot-sized cups. So we had the shot glasses earlier made out of onyx. Again, these are about the same size. They hold the same amount of liquid. And again, these are $10 each. Next, we're going to show another onyx piece. These are our onyx goblets. Now, these are really nice. These are $19 each. And they're much bigger. Definitely more large than a shot glass, right? Look at that. I mean, talk about fancy, right? Just look at that. So this is something that you can actually use at like a dinner party, right? You are like sipping your lovely glass of milk at the end of the day, right? This is something that you can just thoroughly enjoy. And we are doing a special deal with these guys. If you get two, they're going to be $16 each. So just be aware of that. It's a kind of a nice little deal there. And so we got this guy right here. Again, the variety, the difference in just the material. Look at that. Look at the banding of that onyx in there. So just imagine having a glass like this for dinner. Very fancy, very nice. Just another gorgeous thing. And just as a reminder, if you guys see something on the stream that you like, just make a comment down below, whether you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch, or Instagram. Let us know that you want something, and we will get you hooked up. All right, so next, we're going to show off some other lovely specimens here. So we got a nice big box of more fine mineral specimens, my favorites. These are all mineral specimens from South America, I believe. We have quite a few here from, well, actually, this is actually quite a variety. We have some from Durango, Mexico, some from Peru, from Morocco. All right, so let's start with the box. All right, so this specimen here, this is a piece of sphalerite quartz on pyrite with some goethite. So goethite is this kind of botryoidal dark mineral here, and in the light, it will actually look very iridescent and rainbowish. So very kind of pretty. We got some sphalerite quartz, which is just a variety of quartz that is very needle-like. So notice these just very tiny needles going through the crystal. And then of course we got some pyrite as well. So being a fine mineral sample, we have like all sorts of stuff going on here. We have all sorts of minerals, very pretty. This is something that you'd want as like a nice collection piece to add to your mineral collection. And so this specimen here is $32. In fact, a lot of these specimens in this box are listed at $32, making them pretty affordable, nice, large specimens. Again, these are big. Look at that. Beautiful. All right, we're going to move on to our next fine mineral specimen here. This is a piece, a $32 piece of pyrite. This is cubic pyrite from Durango, Mexico, and it's just in a cluster. Just look at that. I mean, it's kind of like a iron pyrite peanut brittle. Just look at that layer. And so just notice that, see this kind of like outer crust here. So generally you'll find iron deposits within quartz veins, or quartz dikes as they're called. And so the quartz is basically shooting through a big piece of rock, and these quartz dikes, they'll have cavities and vesicles within them. And within those vesicles, that's where you'll find a lot of your metallurgous ore deposits like gold, iron, that kind of thing. And so you see a lot of this. You see a lot of pyrite, lots of iron. Look at that. Beautiful. Again, this is $32 from Durango, Mexico. Another beautiful specimen. So next, we're going to show another gorgeous specimen. This is a specimen from India. This is heulandite on stilbite. Again, this is another very fine mineral specimen. A little fragile. It almost looks like snow, right? Really pretty stuff. So these kind of slightly pinkish crystals here, that's heulandite. The white crystals kind of on this bed here, that right there, those are your stilbite crystals. Now, see the heulandite shape? I mean, it almost looks like a little arrowhead right there. It grows in tabular crystals. It's very beautiful. And this is generally classified as a zeolite mineral, which is found pretty much only in basaltic rock. Just another beautiful kind of specimen here. Now again, this piece is actually a little bit cheaper, I believe. This is $30. Again, from India. This formed in the Deccan Traps basaltic region. Very beautiful stuff. I'll move on to our next specimen here. Here we got some wolfenite, again from Morocco, another gorgeous wolfenite specimen. Now, I talked earlier about how it's a lead-based mineral, right? It has lead in it, so it's fairly heavy for its size, and it's often found with galena, which is lead ore, and this specimen is wolfenite. Oh my gosh, look at the tabular crystals on that. Look at that. Now, seeing that kind of crystal habit is very, very unique. I mean, look how thin that is. That is just gorgeous. So the silver kind of metallic mineral there, that is galena. The rock that this is in, this is a kind of rock called rhyolite. And generally, it's basically considered a type of volcanic rock, igneous volcanic rock. And you tend to have a lot of dikes running through it, lots of mineral deposits, metallurgous ore deposits, that kind of thing. And so these little crystals here, these lighter colored crystals, that is some stilbite. Beautiful specimen. Now this piece is a bit more rare because of the tabular nature of the crystals. This is $117. Beautiful, unique specimen. All right, next we're going to look at another unique specimen here in our fine mineral collection. We have a calcite cluster from Durango, Mexico. This is on earthy hematite, and this is a very unique specimen. It's really just unique on all sides. So these calcite crystals, they grew into blades, and you don't normally see this kind of thing. This is very unique. Let's see if I can get a good shot here. So just take a look at just the cavities in there. I mean, it's just like a little cave, a beautiful little crystal cave. And so all those little white crystals, those are all calcite crystals. And you have some druzy on the other side. Again, this is a multifaceted stone. Looks like you have some goethite on the bottom. If we go on the other side here, look at that. Lots of little pockets. Beautiful stone. Now this specimen here, this is a $45 specimen. Another gorgeous specimen. This is from Durango, Mexico. Again, unique. This is one of our fine mineral samples. Absolutely gorgeous. Alright, we're going to show off our next specimen here. Just a reminder for everybody watching on YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook, and Twitch. We're going to be doing this till about 6 p.m. And we're actually about 15 minutes to our break. We're going to take a 20-minute break at 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And again, if you see something on the stream that you like, just DM us, put a message down in the corner, and we'll get you hooked up. So this specimen here, this is a galena cluster with stilbite and topaz crystals. So these orange, kind of salmon-colored crystals here, these are stilbite crystals. Again, we've seen this on some of the other lead-based minerals. This definitely forms a lot where you have lead minerals present. So obviously the silver here, that is galena. This is a very heavy stone. And these kind of lighter colored yellow crystals there, those are little topaz crystals. Again, another gorgeous specimen. Okay, we can probably even get a little close up here. Look at that. Absolutely beautiful. And just the coloration, I mean, it's just so balanced. You have this light colored mineral here, and then just the dark galena with these light topaz crystals. Just beautiful what nature can do. Now this specimen here is $40. Again, another beautiful big specimen. This is fairly heavy. Absolutely gorgeous. Alright, we're going to look at our next specimen here. Our next specimen that we're going to be looking at is a little bit different. This is a chalcopyrite cluster, or I should say many chalcopyrite clusters, on a piece of snow amethyst. Now look at that. Chalcopyrite is very similar to bornite, in the sense that it's very iridescent, lots of different colors. Almost like a rainbow effect. Chalcopyrite is a form of iron pyrite. And snow amethyst is just this beautiful kind of light, very, very light, like colored amethyst. It's like literally exactly what it sounds like, snow amethyst. It is gorgeous. So, I mean, imagine just you have this beautiful kind of like light lavender purple color amethyst here with just this gorgeous rainbow of chalcopyrite. Again, this is another fine mineral specimen. This is from Durango, Mexico. A lot of fine minerals do come from Durango. That's just another one of those big places on the planet with lots of mineral-rich resources. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous piece. Now, this specimen here, this is $40. This is another gorgeous specimen. I mean, just take a look at some of these tiny little chalcopyrite crystals. I mean, you can even see just the rainbow effect. I mean, that is just absolutely gorgeous. Look at that. Beautiful. All right, we're going to move on to our next specimen here. Again, that was chalcopyrite on snow amethyst from Durango, $40. Our next specimen that we're going to be focusing on here, this is some sphalerite quartz on heulandite. Now, this is very interesting. This is a very unique specimen. Usually, you see sphalerite quartz as being these long needle-like pieces of quartz crystal, right? Well, indeed, that's what you have here. But they are very, 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 very tiny little sphalerite quartz crystal points all over this big piece of matrix rock. So what has happened here is that you have almost like a bed layer of heulandite, which is this kind of pinkish mineral here, which clustered out on top of this matrix rock, probably rhyolite of some kind. And then on top was this layer that was deposited that precipitated out some kind of sphalerite quartz, which kind of gave this like beautiful effect, these little tiny blooms of just sphalerite quartz crystal clusters. Again, another kind of really pretty, subtle crystal cluster. Just beautiful. This is a $32 specimen, and this is from Durango, Mexico. Absolutely gorgeous. Now these dark spots here, those are probably galena deposits. So again, that's lead ore for those that don't know. So it's very heavy. Again, that's $32 from Durango, Mexico. So next we're going to look at another specimen. This is some more interesting sphalerite quartz specimens. This is a pyrite with galena mix on quartz matrix. This is like a little spike ball. This is absolutely gorgeous. So I'm going to show the back side first, since the front side is just too beautiful. All right, so the back side, we obviously have our quartz, pyrite, some galena over here, the dark minerals. Now, if we turn this around, take a look at that. That is beautiful. Now look at those little tiny little, almost like little rosebuds, right? Those are little pieces of stilbite. Those are stilbite clusters on there. Again, being one of our fine mineral specimens, one of the things you have to, we kind of have to go through this checklist. If you are going to be a fine mineral specimen, you got to be unique. You have to have multiple minerals in the cluster that you're in. Again, there's some qualifications there, but again, this is just a beautiful piece. Look at that. That is absolutely gorgeous. So this specimen here is $32 as well. Another really stunning piece, and it's affordable. This would be nice for a mineral collector, someone who wants another just awesome talking piece. I mean, look at that. And you have these beautiful, just spiky quartz clusters. Look at that. It's absolutely gorgeous. And then size-wise, too, I mean, this is fairly decent-sized cluster, especially for a fine specimen. Usually your fine specimens are going to be fairly small and in like a little case, but this is actually fairly big. I mean, look at that. And I have big hands. This is absolutely gorgeous stuff. Alright, we're going to be moving on to our next specimen here. We have about 3 more specimens, and then we're going to be going on our break. This is another beautiful specimen here. We have some hemisphalerite quartz on galena and pyrite. In fact, it looks like we even have some chalcopyrite here too. If you look closely, this is a really beautiful specimen. I mean, I'm just blown away here. All right, so let's just show you the non-interesting side, right? Okay, you got some quartz, got some pyrite. Oh, what's going on over here? We got maybe some chalcopyrite going on, some pyrite, some galena. This is definitely some chalcopyrite here. Look at that coloration. And then we go over here, look at that. Just a beautiful cluster. Those little red spots inside of the quartz crystals here, those are little hematite deposits which make the crystal red. Now, see that little coloration there? That is your chalcopyrite. Again, this is another one of those really nice mineral specimens from Durango, Mexico. Again, you just tend to see a lot of these gorgeous specimens from places like that just all the time. Look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. It just looks like a little city, right? Just a bunch of skyscrapers. And then just mixed with this beautiful iridescence of the chalcopyrite, the rainbow essence, that is just so beautiful. And then of course we have the cluster itself, all these little pieces. You got some cubic pyrite there. Obviously you have some little buds, some bud clusters of these sphalerite quartz. And as we go through the specimen, again, more cubes, more points, just so gorgeous. And this is $32 for a beautiful, unique, fine specimen just like this. Look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. All right, we're going to look at our next specimen here. Again, as a reminder, if you see anything on the stream that you like, whether you're on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, or Instagram, just send us a message, send us a DM, make a comment, say I want that thing, and we'll get you hooked up. And if you're watching this as a pre-recorded VOD, message us anyways, and they be like, hey, you know, is that piece still for sale? And we'll let you know. So this is a piece of sphalerite quartz on pyrite with galena. Again, another one of these kind of series from Durango, Mexico. And again, you can kind of see that there's some chalcopyrite in the mix here. All right, we'll get you hooked up with that one then. I mean, just look at this. Look at all those, like, just, it's like a little city of points. Oh my god. And see, the sphalerite quartz is just so stunning because it's such a beautiful presentation. I mean, you have just these spires of quartz crystals. Absolutely gorgeous. So obviously we have our pyrite clusters here. And again, it's a kind of a mixture, right? You see these on like the boundary of a vein of pyrite. It's absolutely gorgeous. All right, and again, this is $32 from Durango, Mexico. All right, our last specimen before we go on our break. And again, for those who are waiting on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram, if you are waiting to get contacted about a piece, we're going to get to you shortly. All right, so this is galena on gypsum with epidote. It's kind of an interesting little mixture here. Looks like we might even have some garnets there, some spessartine garnets, if you look closely. Yeah, it looks like those are some spessartine garnets. You know, oftentimes when we see our specimens, especially the fine specimens with all these different minerals, you see something new every single time. So it's just gorgeous. This is another $32 piece from Durango, Mexico. And it looks like we have some stilbite clusters as well, some crystals here. And another some gorgeous little spessartine garnets there as well. Look at that. Nice orange glow. And these big blades here, that's your gypsum. Your epidote is going to be this kind of darkish reddish green base layer here, this basic rock here. Obviously on quartz matrix. Again, just another beautiful specimen. Look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. Again, this is $32 from Durango, Mexico. Just beautiful. All right. Well, I think that's going to wrap it up for this segment of the show. We're going to take a 15 to 20 minute break. In the meantime, what we're going to do is we're going to get back to all of you that have been messaging us for various items. We're going to get your orders prepared, and then we're going to be back for another 3 hours to just do this for the rest of the day. So yeah, just kind of watch, enjoy. We got some nice chill music here with some cool minerals and crystals. Again, just kind of thank everybody for stopping in while we've been doing this throughout the day. We're going to keep doing it. Again, as a reminder and some shout outs, we have our online store, so go to midgardmercantile.com. That is midgardmercantile.com. We have all of our tumbled stones listed on there, so please take a chance, go on there, check them out. We got 57 different kinds of tumbled stones. Definitely a go-to item for us for any of our shows. And then also too, a shout out to just everybody that's been helping during this pandemic, all the doctors and everything. I think that's really important to just kind of take a moment for all of us to just kind of bow our heads and thank all of our health workers for getting us through this time. So we're gonna keep going for the rest of the day after our break. You can catch us at 3:20, so in 20 minutes or so, and yeah, you'll be notified if you're following us. Again, we will be back. All right, enjoy. Hello, everyone. We are back with some more minerals. Just to kind of recap where we started today and also yesterday. Last weekend, we were going to have a rock, gem, and mineral show. And we usually do these roughly about 6 times a year. We do all the farmers markets in and around Southern California. And due to the pandemic, we had to cancel our show. And we usually bring in a lot of business at that show, and it was disappointed all of our customers, disappointed us. So we thought of ways to kind of bring our rocks and minerals to the rest of the world, and we thought, okay, well, let's do a live stream. So that's what we're doing today. We did this yesterday for about 6 hours, doing this today for about 6 hours as well. For those just tuning in, this is the third hour segment that we're starting. And just to kind of give you a little bit of a rundown of our business, we deal with lots of fossils, handmade jewelry, crystals, minerals, all sorts of stuff. We make a lot of stuff. And I'm a geologist. My father and I, we both run the business together. The business is Midgard Mercantile. And we've been doing this for quite a few years now. We are amateur rock hounds, and we love this stuff. So our favorite thing is to share this with other people. But yeah, without further ado, let's kind of get into this. So the way this kind of works is we're going to be doing a QVC style show where we're going to be rotating some mineral samples and fossil samples in and out of a little studio here. And each thing is priced. We're going to list the price, list what it is, kind of show it off, showcase it. And if you like it, just leave a comment in the comment section wherever you're watching this, whether that's Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, or Instagram. And of course, as always, you can always DM us. And if you're watching one of our VODs, this pre-recorded stream, just DM us, message us, and say, hey, is that crystal still for sale? And we'll be like, yeah, so we'll hook you up. Anyways, without further ado, let's get this show on the road. So, first thing we're going to show off here is some petroleum quartz. Now, we had a customer earlier ask about some anhydrous mineral samples that we had, and we don't really have a lot of anhydrous. The only thing that we have close to an anhydro, this is still considered an anhydro, and for those that don't know, an anhydro is a crystal point or specimen that has a little pocket of water or some kind of liquid trapped inside of it. So oftentimes as a crystal is forming, you'll have a crystal cluster, and let's say multiple points will start growing, and you end up having a little cavity that forms in the center all between those points, and for some reason it gets closed off. Maybe the crystals grow around it, and so the water that was there could be water that's millions of years old, could just be trapped in there. Kind of a neat little thing. So in this case, we have Herkimer diamonds, which are named after a Revolutionary War general and a town in New York. However, these Herkimer diamonds are actually found in the Middle East, in Afghanistan, and they are a type of Herkimer diamond called petroleum Herkimer quartz. Now, you may notice that interesting little yellow spot in there. That is a little bubble of oil, of petroleum, the stuff that you put in your cars. This is crude, though, so this is the stuff this is pre-refined. Now, petroleum is actually fluorescent under a black light. Kind of a neat little thing. So these are really nice to kind of showcase, just this phenomenon. So what we're going to do is we are going to take a black light and check this out. All right, so let's do this. So we're going to turn off our studio light here. And here we go. We got our petroleum quartz specimen, and we're going to get this black light and shine it on here. Now look at that. Those little pockets of petroleum are just so bright. So each little vesicle in there, each little bubble, that is some oil. Again, really neat. And so Herkimer diamonds, they generally form around places where there's carbon in the soil. So if you have things like coal or oil, you'll find Herkimer diamonds. And oftentimes you'll see these actually in the coal and oil deposits themselves. So you'll actually have oil that will be trapped within the crystal. Kind of a neat little thing. So let's get another one out here. And again, this one was actually $24, a pretty good price for something like this. Now this guy right here, this is another specimen. And this one has a little bit less petroleum, but it's still pretty beautiful. Again, all those little neon little pockets in there, those are little pockets of oil. Really cool stuff. So again, this is petroleum quartz with pockets of petroleum trapped inside the crystal from Afghanistan. And all you need is a simple black light. This specimen here is $90. And then we have this next specimen here. Another gorgeous piece. This one is, again, $24. Absolutely beautiful. Look at that. Each little pocket in there, that is a pocket of petroleum. Definitely a nice, cool mineral sample to have if you're a mineral collector. All right, we're going to move on to our next series, our next set of minerals. Now, again, talking about anhydros, really all an anhydro is a crystal with liquid trapped inside of it. So if you are wanting something like that, we got them. Let's get this studio light back on. All right. So our next specimen that we're going to show here is going to be this lovely fossil specimen. So we're going to be showing a fossil series right now. This is a fossil fern. This is $42 from Coal City, found here in the US. It's found in shale. And what's really neat is that when you see these, just think, all right, well, this plant was alive back when the dinosaurs were around. Really neat stuff. So, I mean, just kind of looking at this, right? I see how difficult it is to get something like this out of the ground. I mean, just kind of think about it for a second. So you are looking at a piece of shale. Now, the way this is layered out here, shale forms by laminating various layers of sediment on top of itself. Really thin, small grain sediment. And once that shale is been compressed and pressurized, warped, metamorphosed, any plant matter inside, in the middle, is going to be trapped and preserved. So anything along these thin layers, these thin laminations here, when you find a piece of shale like this, you have to crack this rock along that lamination and just get lucky, and you might find something like this. Again, another really beautiful specimen. So if you're a fossil, enthusiast, and you like paleontology, you like that kind of thing, this might be something that you would want to get, right? Again, another really kind of affordable piece, and display purposes, I mean, being flat on all sides, you can, put a little shelf, up on your wall, put this on your shelf, kind of have it set like this. I mean, it's really nice for displaying this lovely specimen here. So again, that's $42 from Coal City. Another gorgeous specimen. Our next specimen that we're going to look at, another fossil from our fossil collection. We have a lot of fossils. We have a whole shelf out in our workshop that's just filled with fossils. All right, so these are ammonites, dark ammonites from Cambria, England. And so these are found in Cambrian shale. And shale being such a dark stone, you can see why these are so dark. These are technically considered casts. So basically, what you have is you have a fossil that's preserved underground in rock and sediment, and it produces some kind of, cavity. Now, you're going to create a mold. The mold will be the imprint that the fossil leaves on the sediment. The cast is what is in between the mold. So sometimes you can find the fossil itself with the actual shell, but sometimes the shell itself will just be so worn and decomposed over time. So commonly what will happen is you'll have something called mineral replacement. So what happens is that either the shell will be preserved or it will be repurposed and kind of dissolved. Sometimes it will get replaced by things like iron pyrite, which is really cool to see. We have some of those iron pyrite ammonite specimens that we'll probably show later. But yeah, these are great. These are about 300 or so million years old. Again, a really cool specimen to have. Notice the spiral. So these guys are actually a distant, now extinct relative of the nautilus. And the nautilus is a modern day creature that still swims around in the ocean. One of those living fossils, right? And it's just kind of interesting to just think about that, just evolution and just over time, just how things change. Really cool. So in human history, a lot of different cultures from around the world would actually look at the spiral of the ammonite, and they would kind of associate with the idea of infinity. So something that's infinite or timeless. So you can find the spiral or find the image of an ammonite in a lot of various religious texts. You can find it in lots of architecture, lots of different religions. So again, various kind of just things there. The ancient Romans and Greeks actually recognized that that these creatures must have been very, very old. In fact, they saw these and they were like, well, philosophers would look at something like this deep in the ground and say, well, something very catastrophic must have happened because everything in this one rock layer is dead. So again, these are really cool specimens to have. These are $16 each. Something that any collector would want to get their hands on. Here's another one, the other second in the series. Very beautiful. And when we're looking at these, look at the detail, right? You want to look at the detail in the ridges of the ammonite. That is gorgeous. So next, what we're going to look at another ammonite specimen, actually a couple. Now, this next ammonite specimen is really beautiful. This is an agatized ammonite from Morocco. And this guy is $16. Just look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. So the way the ammonite would propel itself through the water is it had some tentacles that would be out of this end here. And it had chambers within its shell. And each chamber would actually be filled with a gas that the ammonite would actually make itself, and it would use that gas to propel itself through the water. So similar to that of a nautilus. Very beautiful. Just look at that. So notice that iridescence there. That iridescence is actually a opal, a kind of a variety of opal called ammonite that only forms on the surface of ammonite fossils. It's very sought after, and if you've ever been on a cruise ship before or some kind of vacation, you may have seen this being advertised on the cruise. I wouldn't recommend going on a cruise now, though. And it's just so beautiful. You have like all these different colors. It's just kind of like one of those things that's in right now. Generally, you see a lot of opalized ammonites form in the Rocky Mountains. These guys, however, come from places like Madagascar, and you can find them also in Morocco. Again, this is from Morocco, $16. Beautiful ammonite specimen. All right. We're going to continue on to our next specimen. This next one is a rather large ammonite specimen. This piece is just absolutely beautiful. This is a $160 specimen, and it is massive. Just take a look at this. So ammonites could actually get to the size of like a small car, four-door sedan. They could be fairly massive. In fact, a lot of creatures back in those times, they were fairly large. You could find, you know, for example, the megalodon, which was about the size of 2 school buses, or the Mosasaurus, which was the size of 3 school buses and about a school bus in width. Mosasaurus, we actually have some great fossil teeth specimens from the Mosasaurus, and they had huge sets of massive teeth, and they were about, well, again, the size of 3 or 4 school buses. Imagine the mix of mixing a alligator and a shark together. That was the Mosasaurus. So this ammonite here, notice this coloration, right? We have some amylite, obviously, some opalization going on here. So we have a lot of different colors here going on. We have some reds, some slight hints of green, and some blues even in the center. So finding blue in amylite is very rare, which is again why this piece is a little more expensive than the others. If we go to the other side too, again, more amylite. And this is a nice specimen to kind of have if you're, again, a collector, or if you just want something really pretty to have, you know, at home. And again, these do come with stands, so you can present them very nicely on your shelf or on your mantelpiece. Again, very beautiful way to display it. This is again, a $160 ammonite specimen from Madagascar. Beautiful. Now look at that, the colors in there. Absolutely gorgeous. All right, we're gonna move on to our next specimen now. And as a friendly reminder, if you see something on the stream that you like and you want it, make a comment down in the comment section below or in the chat. We will get right to you. And if you're watching this as a pre-recorded VOD, just message us anyways and say, hey, do you still have that thing? And we'll get right to you. All right, next we have an ammonite pear from Madagascar. This pear is $48. And just look at that. I mean, this is absolutely gorgeous now. I mean, who wouldn't want something like this? Now, the presentation is really beautiful. Having it 2 halves like this is great because then you can really see the symmetry of the ammonite. It's such a beautiful creature. And what's kind of interesting, you have some calcite crystallization here, and as well as some agatization. So this is, again, is kind of a really nice way to display this piece. You generally don't see these vesicles too often being hollow. Usually they're all completely solidified. Now if we turn it around, again, we have a little bit of amylite there. You can see a little flash of color. Again, this is a very beautiful piece to display when it's halved like this. Very beautiful. Again, this piece is $48. The pear from Madagascar. Another beautiful piece. So we're just gonna look at this again. The petroleum quartz. So looks like we got a customer that wants to look at it. So we're gonna bring him out again. All right, so we have all of these specimens here. All right, so again, we're gonna just kind of go over the petroleum quartz again. Each piece of petroleum quartz has little pockets of petroleum in it. These are Herkimer diamonds, and they tend to form in areas where there's lots of carbon in the rock. So wherever you have some oil deposits, coal deposits, that kind of thing. This guy right here, $99. We open it up. And if you notice, we actually can see these really beautiful little green pockets in there. Those are actually little pockets of petroleum, crude oil. So these are from Afghanistan. And as the Herkimer diamond was forming, a little pocket of oil got trapped inside. And so we can actually really beautifully see these under a UV light. So crude oil is fluorescent, and if we turn our studio light off and we get our UV light on, we can see that the oil fluoresces a neon green color. Now, isn't that beautiful? Just look at that. So you don't really see this too often. Now, this is also considered an anhydro, which means that there's just, that's basically a fancy word for water or some kind of liquid being trapped inside of a crystal. So by technicality, this is also considered a kind of anhydro, since it is liquid oil being trapped inside of a crystal. Again, this is a very neat, really cool thing. So again, this is our $99 specimen. And the next specimen we're going to show is our $34 specimen. Our $34 specimen also has quite a bit of oil in there as well. Look at that. Just absolutely beautiful. And so this is something that you know, if you're a collector, this is something you might want to get and just bring it out when you have people over. Be like, hey, do you want to see something really cool? And just tell the story about how there's oil trapped inside of there. It's probably over 120 million years old, so you're probably holding some old compressed plant matter right here. Very cool stuff. Again, this is from Afghanistan. This is our $34 specimen. And then we got our $24 specimen right here. And this specimen here actually has a little bit less amount of oil, but it is still pretty beautiful. It's a fairly dark specimen, but you can even see here, look at this. Just look at that. Almost like a little star field of just little pockets in there. I actually really like this one. It's almost looking like, you're like looking into the night sky here. Absolutely gorgeous. Again, this is our $24 specimen from Afghanistan. Petroleum Herkimer diamonds. Absolutely beautiful. All right, let's get our studio light back on here. All right, so next we're going to show some really cool fossils. These are some fossil starfish. Now, starfish are soft-bodied creatures, and their bodies really don't preserve well during the fossilization process. So generally when you're seeing these guys, you end up only finding like an imprint. So making them very kind of difficult to spot, hard to find. But when you do find them, they are presented in a beautiful way. So imagine finding one of these. Isn't that just gorgeous? Now, our fossil starfish plates, these are $16 each, and they are really cool. I really like these guys. They're kind of graceful, really pretty. We also have a bunch of really small ones too. And these guys are all priced by the size of the specimen, but generally they're all about the same size. This is another one. Really pretty. Again, this is like something that you'd want to have as like a display piece, something to show your friends, something to put on your mantle. And it's not just another really cool piece of history. Now, these guys are about 350 million years old, and again, they're incredibly difficult to find, right? You're looking for an imprint in some sandstone, and once you find that imprint, the imprint itself looks just like the rest of the sandstone. So generally what they'll do is you get a drill, an outline the perimeter of the starfish to kind of really make it stand out so you can actually see the specimen. And then cover it with some kind of stain or lacquer to really accent the piece. So that's anytime you see a soft-bodied creature preserved in stone that's being sold, you're going to see it presented like this, because this is the only way to really see it. Again, these guys are $16 each. Beautiful, beautiful little fossilized starfish. They are absolutely gorgeous. Little cute little guys dancing around there. I like them. And again, as a reminder, if you guys see something on the show that you like and you want to buy it, just leave a comment in the comment section, in the chat. So no matter where you are, whether you are watching on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, or Instagram, just leave a message for us and we will get right back to you. All right, so next we're going to look at some trilobites. Now, trilobites, these are one of my favorite little creatures. These are all from Morocco. And in fact, most trilobites are found in Morocco. The second most common place to find them would be in the Canadian Rockies, in the Burgess Shale area, which has only access to geologists. So you need to be a geologist with certification to actually even go there. But the other places like Utah, again, Utah, you can only find trilobites that are kind of flat. So there's lots of flat-lying shale layers that you can find them in. But with Morocco, what's very unique is seeing something like this, right? So you actually have the full-bodied specimen. And for whatever reason, the geology just supports this great fossilization of these hard-bodied creatures. I mean, we can even look very closely and just see the detail in preservation here. Notice the eyes. See the eyes right here? So some of the first organisms with eyes were trilobites. These guys came around during the Cambrian explosion. This was about 400 million years ago. A very long time ago. And we can actually thank these creatures during this time for developing hard-bodied shells made out of calcium carbonate. In fact, the reason we have bones and the reason that seashells have seashells is because of the evolutionary traits of these creatures back then. Kind of a neat little side note. So generally, when you see these guys, you'll see a lot of these presented like in a stand form like this. Again, this is $45 for this guy. And it's kind of nice. You can present it like this. Stands up on his own. Put it on a shelf or something. But you may notice all these lines around it. So the way that the miners get these out of the ground is they will find the trilobite in the ground, and then they'll use dental drills. And through a long, tedious process, very carefully drill the specimen out of the rock. The rock is dolomitic limestone, so very hard rock. And these guys are actually pretty dense, but they can be, fragile. There's some fractures maybe. Because the fossil itself is a different density than the surrounding rock, oftentimes you have some breakage. So some of these nice fossil specimens might oftentimes have a crack running through them or something like that, can be easily repaired. But again, these are just a one-of-a-kind specimen. If you don't have one of these and you're like a collector, if you just think they're cool, I mean, this is something to have, right? Now, this is our $45 specimen. We have another specimen here. This is a $65 trilobite from Morocco, another big boy. Now, these guys could be the size, they could be anywhere between like the size of a golf ball, to smaller than that, to the size of like a small washing machine. They were fairly large creatures. And they would live their life just kind of scuttling on the seafloor, just kind of eating just small things, like little, maybe some single-celled organisms, plankton, that kind of thing. But they developed hard-bodied shells to have some sort of form of protection. Now, trilobites are very unique because there are about 6,800 plus different species, known species for that matter, of trilobite. Now, they are now extinct, sadly. But back during the Cambrian, there were like tons of them. They were a very diverse species, very diverse group of animals. and they had, you know, each species had their own little variation. One would have spikes on the back of its spine. One would have eyes that were antennas. All sorts of different features. So it's just kind of interesting to kind of see that. So you can, if you're a very, big fossil enthusiast, you may know the exact species name of a lot of your trilobites. These are, I think, protops trilobite species fossils. So just to kind of give you an idea. Very cool. So again, this is from Morocco, $65 for this guy. And then we have another one in our series that we're showing. This is a $65 trilobite from Morocco as well. Take a look at this. Absolutely beautiful. Again, just the presentation of these is nice. If you are like, if you just want something really cool to put on your mantle, this is just something nice to put. I mean, these just look otherworldly at this point. Really gorgeous. All right, we're going to move on to our next set of specimens. So we kind of showed off some fossil specimens here for the beginning of our second segment. And, you know, it's kind of nice to show that we have quite a bit of variety here. We have, you know, fossils, minerals, rocks, all sorts of stuff. We have jewelry, we have handmade stuff, we have all sorts of things. So, you know, we're just going to get right into it and start our minerals off with some quartz crystals from Arkansas. So we have a large cluster here. This is a beautiful, beautiful cluster from Arkansas. Arkansas quartz. Some of the best quality quartz in the world comes from Arkansas. Look how clear that is. You can see my finger on the other side. Look at that. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Really gorgeous stuff. This is $219. Some of the best quality quartz in the world comes from the Coleman mine. And they actually have these huge cranes where they lift out these massive clusters that are like the size of a small car. Imagine that. Imagine finding a cluster of quartz that's the size of a car. And this is a fairly decently sized specimen here. So, I mean, this is fairly large, fairly heavy. Great for, like, you know, a power piece for an altar. Great for just having a really beautiful piece. Our next quartz crystal specimen is, again, from Arkansas. All these are. And this is one of the longer points that we have. This is just stunning. Look at this. All right, it's $126. But look at the clarity in that. You can see right through it. Absolutely stunning. Just think how long it took for something like this to form. Now, when you're forming minerals, you need a lot of time, heat, pressure, and you need to have water present. Lots of mineral-rich water. I mean, just look at some of the inclusions in this. I mean, you can just take a look at that. Absolutely beautiful. Now, quartz crystal points in the metaphysical world are great for just, you know, having as a power piece. Great for channeling energy. They're very powerful stones. Having something like this is just great. It's great for, like, meditation piece, especially a piece like this you can just easily hold in your hand. I mean, this is a massive quartz point. Absolutely massive. Again, from Arkansas. All right, we're going to move on to our next specimen here. Our next specimen is another quartz point from Arkansas. We actually have two more here. One is a $63 specimen. Has some kind of cute little crystal points right here going off the top of the point here. Look at that. This is a pretty large piece. Again, classic Arkansas quartz, great clarity. You can see right through it. In fact, the quartz is so awesome and so high quality that, in fact, some during World War II and even today, in some labs, the quartz from Arkansas is still used in machinery. So, you know, quartz actually vibrates on an atomic level, and it generates a tiny electrical magnetic signal. So this actually generates an electromagnetic field on its own. It's kind of a neat little kind of aspect of it. But again, it's used for a lot of optics, some electronics, computers. I mean, just look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. Take a look at the inclusions here. Look at that. Wow. Beautiful. All right, we're going to show our next piece off. This is a really nice quartz point, again, from Arkansas. This is a $49 point, something on the lower end, but again, look at this. Just the quality is astounding. It's just so beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. All right, we're going to show our next group of specimens off. So we're going to start with another fine mineral selection here. And again, we have all sorts of stuff in our fine mineral collection. We have stuff from Morocco, looks like. We got some stuff from Madagascar, from Mexico, India, here from local San Diego, California, where we are based. So kind of a neat little assortment of things here. All right, so what we're gonna do, kind of a neat little assortment. Let's start off with some fluorite. So this is fluorite from Morocco. This is a fairly large cluster. Let's take a look at that. So generally seeing this kind of baby blue color, especially with these phantom crystals inside there, that is something you don't see too often. That is uncommon. And again, you know, just seeing phantoms like that in the first place just tells you that during that time as the crystal is growing, you know, something must have happened to it, meaning that there was a change in where the material was coming from chemically that altered the stone somehow. Just a really cool thing. I mean, we can just take a look at some of that phantom in there. Just kind of look at really close. Look at that. It almost looks like a crystal within a crystal. If you're into Minecraft, it's very Minecraft-esque. Very cool. Very cool stuff. Yeah. Now this specimen here, $64 from Morocco. Just absolutely gorgeous. Look at that. So we're going to continue on here with some more specimens. This is a nice, lovely piece of phantom amethyst. This is a $42 specimen from Namibia. Take a look at that. Now, phantom amethyst is basically one of those specimens where, again, we talked about phantoms, right? Phantoms are just growth lines in the crystal. They indicate a period of change in the crystal's growth. So generally we see these as almost like kind of indicators that something happened or changed during the crystal formation period. And it just looks so stunning, right? You see, it looks like a crystal within a crystal. Absolutely gorgeous. This is a phantom amethyst, $42 from Namibia. We're going to be showing our next specimens here. This is another series of petrified wood specimens. These are petrified tree limbs from Eden Valley, Wyoming. Now, again, if you're a fossil enthusiast, if you are into paleontology, you need to have one of these. Now, take a look here. So this is our first specimen here. Now, again, all of these specimens, they are $6 each. Just look at this. Look at the history here. It almost looks like a bone, doesn't it? So inside, you can see that it's obviously agatized. So we have some banded agate here. And that really just tells you that you have lots of mineral replacement. So at some point while this was buried, the wood got replaced by SiO2 silicate. Just a really neat thing. So this is our first tree limb that we're going to show. And then we have our second in this series. Again, medium sized. Now look at the agate in there. That is absolutely gorgeous. Really beautiful. Now, if you think about it, right, these trees were living and alive back when the dinosaurs were stomping around. Just when you hold this in your hand and you see this, sometimes it's hard to kind of fathom, right? It's really just a trip. It really is. And our third piece, our smallest in the series, is this lovely, small, cute little agatized tree limb, again, from Eden Valley, Wyoming. Another beautiful specimen to have if you are an enthusiast of anything fossil and history related. If you're into paleontology, definitely a cool thing. And what's really nice about this piece, I really love, is that you have this agate here on the top that's just kind of rounded off, and it's almost like a table. I mean, it looks like the surface of a lake or like a glacier running through mountains. Absolutely gorgeous. All right. So our next series here we're going to show, again, these are all $6, those petrified tree limbs. The next ones that we're going to show here, again, are ones that we shown in our last segment, and we have some people that are interested in them. So again, these are some beautiful specimens. This is a pyrite with galena on quartz matrix, sphalerite quartz for that matter, and this is a $32 specimen from Durango, Mexico. Just take a look at that beauty. Look at that. We got some stilbite buds right here. The sphalerite quartz is generally characterized by having these like needle-like, thin, narrow quartz crystal points. So that's all over this piece. And then obviously on the other side, if we turn this around, we have some pyrite, which is the golden kind of fool's gold color there. And then over here in the other corner, we have some galena. And generally you're going to see galena, which is lead ore, and iron pyrite, which is iron ore, basically trapped or growing within a dike of some kind, which is a quartz vein running through rock. But again, this piece is so beautiful. I mean, just take a look at that. We got these little cute octahedral cubic pyrite specimens here, little clusters. I mean, this piece is just stunning. And for $32, I mean, if you're a mineral collector and you want something really cool, I would totally recommend getting something like this. This is awesome. Now, our next one that we're going to show again, this is another sphalerite quartz specimen here on pyrite and galena. And this specimen, again, absolutely gorgeous. Look at that. I mean, it's like looking into a city of quartz crystals. I mean, this is something that's just magical, right? So notice that little pyrite cluster right here. If in the right light, if I can get that reflective again. So see how it's kind of like rainbow-escent there? That is actually some chalcopyrite. Chalcopyrite is usually more golden in color and has that rainbow effect. And again, this is cubic pyrite. So we have the pyrite forming on the low end of the temperature spectrum. Kind of cool to see that. On the other side, we have this beautiful, like, just quartz sphalerite druzy with pyrite. I mean, that is just gorgeous. Every piece, every single side of this specimen is so beautiful. And look at that. Let's get a close-up here. Pyrite is just so gorgeous, too, in the sun. It just is like a disco ball when it's lit up. It is absolutely beautiful. Look at that. Gorgeous. And again, this specimen here is $32. The last two have been $32. Sphalerite quartz on galena and pyrite. Two gorgeous specimens that we are happy to showcase. All right. Next on our magical tour of crystal specimens, we're going to be looking at something we looked at before. These are some really nice quality vanadinite clusters from Morocco. And this specimen here, this is another fine specimen. This is $30. Now, vanadinite is a lead mineral. And just look at the color in that, guys. Look at that. I mean, that is beautiful. And again, every kind of aspect of the stone, I mean, just presentation-wise. I mean, look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. So with vanadinite, generally it is graded by the clarity and color of the crystal, right? So normally we have some low-grade vanadinites that generally they're really dark, a dark burgundy, kind of blood red color, not translucent at all. But these guys right here, oh my god, you can see right through them. I mean, they're very translucent, very sparkly, very luminescent. Absolutely beautiful. And again, this piece is $30 from Morocco. Our next one that we're going to show here is going to be another vanadinite specimen. This piece is $52 from Morocco. And it is stunning. Look at that. I mean, it's like a show. It's like a disco ball in your hand. Look at that. I mean, just even the close-up on this. I mean, you have these really tiny vanadinite crystals. This is absolutely gorgeous. Really pretty stuff. Now this specimen here, $52 from Morocco. Another beautiful vanadinite specimen. Again, this is like, if you don't have this in your collection, everyone should at least have a piece of vanadinite in their mineral collection. It's just one of those classic minerals that you see, very unique crystal structure. Everybody should have one of these. Absolutely beautiful. All right, next on the list, we're going to be going through some of these Epido crystals. Now this is high quality Epido from Durango, Mexico. Now Epido, green crystal, ultramafic origins, and these are high quality. These are gem quality things. You'd see this in jewelry, in a jewelry store if it was cut. This is really beautiful stuff. So, as you can see, this matrix here, this matrix rock is just littered with epidocrystals. Crystals. I mean, just take a look at that one right there. You can see why this is considered gem quality material here. Now, this specimen here is $55. And just to kind of give you an idea. Someone, if you're a gemologist, you could break this up, take all the crystals out, and have them cut and make 10 times as much money as you would normally with just selling this. It's a lot of work, so that's why those gems are very expensive, and they're also rare. Finding crystals like that kind of quality, I mean, look at that beautiful clear green. That is gorgeous. The faceting, very beautiful. Now, our next epidote piece that we're going to show, again, that was $55 from Durango, Mexico. This piece is, again, also from Durango, Mexico. And this specimen here is $60. And it is completely loaded with epidote. Oh my god, look at this. That is crazy. $60 from Durango, Mexico. I mean, just look at the color in that. And no matter where you look on this specimen here, there is just an epidote crystal just everywhere. It's absolutely loaded. Small, large, tiny, microscopic. Absolutely beautiful. Again, another beautiful piece from Durango, Mexico. All right, our next specimen we're going to look at. This is something kind of interesting. This is very fragile stuff. This is chrysocolla with tiny, fibrous silica crystals. Now, these are very fragile, and so what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be handling this with a glove. So, just kind of a side note, right? Our fine mineral specimens, they are oftentimes small, fragile, very unique. These silica crystals, they are fiber thin. They are very tiny and almost like a crystal fuzz. They are absolutely gorgeous. Now, I won't be able to show the backside, but the backside really, well, I guess it does have some stuff. So, all right, we're going to show the backside first and then the front. So here's the backside. Now look at that. Now, I've taken a couple pictures of some of these specimens and featured them on our Instagram, and they are absolutely gorgeous. You can see all those fibers in there. Very fragile, very beautiful specimen. This is a high quality mineral specimen for collectors. Now, if we turn it around, we can see the stone has a completely different look, almost like a cobweb of these chrysocolla silica crystals. I mean, look at that. Just look in there. That is insane. Very beautiful stuff, very fragile. I mean, that is gorgeous. So this piece here, this is $45. And if you want something kind of exotic, right? Something that not a lot of mineral collectors have, maybe just kind of start you off. This is something that's kind of nice to have. Just look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. Again, $45 from Durango, Mexico. Our next specimen is, again, another chrysocolla fibrous specimen. Very fragile. Now, these fibers actually, they naturally form and they grow over time. And they're actually just they're actually very thin. So oftentimes they're about maybe 10 atoms thin. They can be very tiny, but there's a ton of them. And you just take a look at that. That is absolutely gorgeous. We're going to blow up cam 2 here. Look at that. Absolutely gorgeous specimen. I mean, look at that. This is something that you, if you're just getting into mineral collecting and you want something really cool, this is definitely a good choice. This is $58 from Durango, Mexico. Again, chrysocolla specimen. If you want something that's really neat, very unique to handle, definitely get one of these. Again, a very beautiful specimen. Look at all those fibers in there. It's like a little cactus. Very pretty stuff. All right, we're going to move on to our next series of specimens here. Some more fine specimens. Now, our next specimen that we're going to show is going to be some apophyllite. All right. So this is apophyllite from India. Now, apophyllite is a type of zeolite mineral, and it forms a lot, pretty often in volcanic rock. So in India, there's this geologic formation called the Deccan Traps. This big, huge region of flood basalts that was being deposited about 68 million years ago. Again, this is really gorgeous stuff. Very pretty. A lot of the same metaphysical qualities as quartz crystal. Kind of neat. This actually specimen is actually pretty cheap, $14, and that's just due to how common it is. So any of our zeolite minerals that are in our fine mineral specimen box, we tend to just put them in there if they have very fine, high quality clarity. And if the crystals are very clear, we tend to have them in here. Again, kind of a neat little specimen. Zeolite minerals are very cool. So our next specimen that we're going to show, this is a piece of watermelon tourmaline from Palomar Mountain. This is from San Diego. This is from our local mountains here where we're based. And actually, San Diego is known as the gem capital of the world, one of them. And during the gold rush, besides gold, obviously, and silver and other metals, San Diego is and was and will probably always be one of the world's largest gem exporters. In fact, one of the most renowned gemology schools in Carlsbad is located here, the Gemology Institute. So if you're going to be getting a degree in gemology, you're going to be coming here, San Diego. Now, this specimen is really kind of cute. This is in a piece of fluorite, sorry, not fluorite, feldspar. Feldspar is a type of mineral commonly found in granite, and it has a very particular sheen. It will only have this kind of shimmering effect on one side. Very neat. Now the crystal itself, look at that. Watermelon tourmaline is called watermelon tourmaline because it has pink and green, right? So you have, in this case, the rind on the inside and the pink watermelon on the outside. Kind of a neat little thing. These are very, very rare. This specimen here is $49. Another gorgeous, fine specimen. So next, what we're going to look at some phantom amethyst, some more phantom amethyst, because, well, why not? This is also from Namibia. A lot of your phantom amethysts are going to be found in Africa. Just kind of a neat little thing. Geologically speaking, that's where a lot of them are found. So we talked earlier about how phantoms are just growth lines within the crystal. You may notice that you can actually see the phantoms here. Those phantoms line up with the shape of the crystal. They're like these little dark lines within the crystal. Kind of see it. Again, this is a very beautiful specimen to have. Everybody should have a piece of this. This is a $42 specimen from Namibia, Africa. Phantom amethyst. So next on the list, we're going to look at some stilbites. This is another one of those cool multi-mineral clusters. This is from Morocco. And we have some stilbite clusters here. That's your salmon orange colored crystals. And these little guys here, those are topaz crystals. And of course, it's on galena, so that dark kind of metallic thing, the matrix that it's on, that is galena, which is lead ore. So this mineral specimen is actually fairly heavy for its size, lead being very dense. And oftentimes you find stilbite with galena. It's just one of those common secondary minerals is what they're called, which just means that the minerals, secondarily forms with the ore. So you'll see that a lot forming on top of galena, that kind of thing. And if we get a close up here, I mean, look at that. Really pretty. Now, stilbite forms a lot of these little blade-like structures. So it's a very common crystal structure to see. Classic stilbite cluster. And the topaz crystals are just beautiful. I mean, that's just a very rare occurrence. Very cool thing. Again, this is a pretty large piece. Look at that. So our next specimen that we're going to look at, this is a galena specimen. And we looked at a lot of specimens today that had galena in them. Now, this is a actual galena specimen, which is very cool because it has calcite crystals all over it. So on one side, we have galena. This beautiful, cold, steel blue color. This is lead ore. And then on the other side, look at this. You have this gorgeous coating of calcite crystals. And these crystals here, they're an interesting shape. They're in like these kind of barrel-like cylindrical formations here. You don't see that too often with calcite. Very cool specimen. This specimen here is $39, and it's from Peru. Specifically, a region called Huanzala. Very cool stuff. All right, next we're going to be looking at some rubellite. So we got some red tourmaline running through some quartz here. This is from Brazil. Another kind of neat little mineral specimen. These guys are around $20 each. This guy's $24. And this other specimen here, put that right there. We have this guy, this is $20. A beautiful display of red tourmaline running through quartz. I mean, just look at that. The tourmaline often forms a lot. Oh, you can even see some green in there. That's really pretty. Awesome forms in pegmatites, which are geologic structures where you tend to find a lot of gems. Very cool. All right, we're going to move on now. We're going to go and look at some of these lovely freeform pieces. So these are all freeform cut points. We got 3 of them here we're going to look at. So we got some tourmalated quartz, and we have some cobalt Aura quartz. And we have some carnelian. Look at that. So this tourmalated quartz is really neat. It has rods of black tourmaline running through it. Now this forms as a massive rock, meaning that it actually doesn't form naturally like this into a point. This was actually just a massive piece of, like a big boulder, basically, that was cut up into multiple pieces to make it look like a point. These are very nice for displaying the crystal structure, these shapes, so you can really see the rods running through it. Again, these are really nice for, like, you know, centerpieces for display or even for an altar. Tourmaline, black tourmaline specifically, is very good for dissipating negative energy. So again, that's something that we probably all need right now, right, during these crazy times. So having this around you is really good, really nice to have. Again, this is $45, a beautiful display of black tourmaline and tourmalated quartz. Next, we have some aura quartz. Now, many people are going to say, oh my god, what is this? It must be fake. And you're like half right. So the quartz crystal itself is real. It's a real quartz crystal, but the coating is man-made. So in the metaphysical community, it's believed that the more minerals or the more things that you have on a crystal kind of changes the aspects or what the crystal means, changes its properties. You know, scientifically speaking, we got a quartz crystal point in here. And the way that they get the coating on is really unique. So you have a vacuum chamber and you place anything you want, a quartz crystal point, a rock, a can, like a soda can, a gun, a pen, a lighter, anything you want, put it in this vacuum chamber. And what you can do is you can pump in a vaporized metal. So cobalt, gold, platinum, things like that. And that vapor is going to coat every surface inside of the vacuum chamber, so including the crystal. So if the longer you leave the crystal in there for, the thicker coating is going to be on here, and it just leaves like a beautiful kind of like oxidized kind of coating on top of the crystal, and the coating is permanent. It bonds itself to the surface of the crystal. It cannot be removed. If you rub this, no matter how hard you rub it, it will not come off. If you broke this crystal in half, however, you'd see the coating is just on the outside. So it's literally a molecular thin layer of just whatever metal, in this case probably cobalt. So cobalt just on top of this crystal. Again, a very beautiful kind of presentation. This is great to have like in your windowsill. Beautiful in the sunlight. It's just gorgeous. So this specimen here, $47. Another beautiful display piece. This is carnelian. Carnelian is a type of agate by technicality. And just agate, of course, just is a fancy way to say, okay, we got a crystal that is banded. So let's move these out of the way here. So if you look at this, right, notice those bands in there, those waves. That is classic for carnelian. Now, in ancient cultures, like ancient Rome, for example, in Egypt and Greece, carnelian was very hard to shape, and it was very sought after, very beautiful. And because of its rarity and its, it being difficult to shape, it made it very expensive. So a lot of royalty would wear carnelian oftentimes, and it would just kind of be a status symbol. This is $22. And it's just really beautiful. In the sunlight, it is absolutely gorgeous. Let me see if I can actually get this illuminated with a flashlight. Sometimes that can work. Sometimes it can't. Yeah, it's a pretty dense rock. Again, a beautiful presentation. Having something like this is just a nice kind of like display piece. Really pretty. Again, $22. Just as a reminder for people watching on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and Instagram, if you see something that you like, just leave a comment down in the chat box or on the video. If this is a pre-recorded VOD, still comment anyways and ask us if we have that awesome, cool crystal, and we may still do. So just ask us and we'll get you hooked up. And again, with this live stream, we are also launching the official opening of our store. So go on to midgardmercantile.com and we have a great selection of tumbled stones on there for you guys to choose from. Again, midgardmercantile.com. Check out our website. Really cool stuff on there. So this is a piece of labradorite. Labradorite is a type of feldspar, and this shimmering effect that you see here, this is called labradorescence, right? So it just basically a fancy term, fancy way to say that, you know, kind of say, okay, well, this stone is kind of flashy and shimmers this way. So with labradorite, you probably have seen this stone before. It's really hard and rare to find this blue color here, this blue, light blue. And generally these are priced by how many colors you can actually see in labradorescence. Again, another beautiful kind of freeform piece. And what's nice is you can just put it, you know, on your desk. It's, you know, flat on the bottom, so you can just kind of put it here. Kind of nice little stand. Yeah, just look at that. I mean, even from a distance, it's just, wow. Absolutely gorgeous. All right, we're going to move on to our next specimen here. So we're going to go back into the fossils, because why not? So these are some trilobites. We got some more big boys from Morocco. Now these guys are awesome. We got a $65 specimen. Look at that. Look at just the display here, right? And just look at the detail. Look at the eyes in there. So a lot of these, you can see a lot of great detail with these. Again, these are about 350 million years old. Absolutely gorgeous. And we got another one here. This guy is a little fatter. We got a fat, wide one here. It's $75. And again, you know, if you're a paleontology enthusiast or if you are really into fossils, having a trilobite is like one of those things that you just have to have, right? I mean, no paleontologist doesn't have a trilobite. So you have to get one. Look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. And you're just holding a piece of Earth's history in your hand. Now, to complete this series, look at this. We got a really cool trilobite matrix cluster here. We got a dual trilobite cluster on dolomitic limestone. We got one trilobite here, we got another trilobite here, just kind of showing you the just kind of like the shape of the seafloor at the time, I guess. It's kind of neat. Really neat stuff. Again, look at that detail in there. Really cool. And so this is kind of nice to kind of just display on a shelf somewhere. You can just kind of, you know, have it sit down like this. You can, you know, put it on your coffee table. Nice kind of talking piece. Very cool stuff. Again, this is $125 for this trilobite specimen here. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. All right, we're going to move on to our next group of specimens. So we have another large box. Now this is another series of minerals here. Now, these guys are pretty unique. And if you want something very unique as a mineral specimen, this box might be for you. Now, look at this. This is some agarine. And this is from Malawi, take a look at some of these crystals. These crystals are very striking. They form long, narrow rods that are just shooting out in all directions. Now, if we do a close-up here, I mean, just look at that. That is really cool. Now, this specimen here is $24. And if you want something, again, like that is exotic and something that is very uncommon as a mineral specimen, if you want to start off your collection, this is one of those things where it's like, yeah, we got an affordable fine mineral specimen, $24. It's very strange. This is something that you probably want to get. Just look at that. Very beautiful stuff. All right, our next specimen of azurine we're going to show. This is a $48 specimen. And this is on feldspar. Now, feldspar itself, generally you see it as a massive stone, right? You see this in granite, and the mineral specimen itself is really hard to get like a good habit. This is actually a feldspar crystal. Very rare. Look at that. So this here, right here, this light colored mineral, these are feldspar crystals with azurine growing on top of them. Look at that. Absolutely beautiful. Just look at this. This is like such a striking landscape. This is something that you'd see like in a video game, right? I mean, look at that. Absolutely beautiful. And stones like this, every side of the stone is just gorgeous. It's very unique. And again, having this feldspar crystalline structure here, this crystal habit visible, that is very uncommon. Very cool stuff. So our next piece of azurine that we're going to show in this series, this is a $32 spire. Another really cool, stunning, striking piece. Take a look at that. Now, a lot of very exotic, rare minerals come from Africa. And Africa is actually one of the most mineral-rich continents in the world. Very beautiful stuff here. I mean, just looking at these like structures here, right? It's just so unique. Just seeing these spires, how they shoot out. It's almost like a skyscraper, right? I mean, absolutely gorgeous stuff. I mean, look at that. Absolutely stunning. Absolutely gorgeous. So next we're going to show another azurine specimen. This is a $48 specimen, again from Malawi. More feldspar on azurine. Take a look at that. Just as a friendly reminder for everybody watching on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and Instagram, if you see something on here that you like and that you want, simply message us either on any of those platforms or just drop a comment down below in the chat. And whether this is a pre-recorded VOD or you're watching live, we will get to you. And yeah, I mean, if you're watching this, you know, later on after this is recorded, be like, hey, is that still available? And maybe it is. I mean, just look at that. Look at that little just crystal habit there. I mean, that is just really cool. It almost looks like dragon scales, right? Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, and again, you know, on the feldspar like this, just very striking, having that light and dark there. Very gorgeous, very cool kind of mineral crystal. All right, so next we're going to look at another agerine specimen. This is a $40 specimen. Again, all of these are very affordable if you want a really high quality mineral specimen. Now take a look at this. Just look at that. Look how striking that is. I mean, it's like a little explosion of crystals in there. Now, oftentimes when you have crystals like this, they're generally going to form these bloom or radial crystal structures. That's very common. And it's mainly due to heat. So a lot of these crystals are going to be growing away from the hottest point. So if my center of heat was over here, crystals would be growing that way. Again, very cool stuff. I mean, look at that. Now, these specimens from Malawi are just absolutely gorgeous. Again, that is a $40 specimen. Next, we're going to show another agerine specimen. This is the last one in this series. And it is probably one of the most beautiful ones in this series. And I mean, I gotta say, it's price wise, this is an absolute steal. So just take a look at this. Look at that. Just look at how blade-like and sharp those crystals are. I mean, that is insane. I mean, you don't really see anything like this, a lot. Generally, if you do, it's very fragile. It's probably going to be already broken. I mean, getting something like this out of the ground in one piece is very difficult. I mean, just look at that. I mean, gosh. It really is like a different world. Absolutely gorgeous. Look at that. Again, this specimen here is $32. I mean, that's like a really good price for this. Wow. Yeah, I mean, pieces like this are absolutely stunning. And again, this is great for if you're going to start a mineral collection and you want something that's just unique, get something like this. Don't get some of the, get something that's really weird, like this. This is awesome. All right. Again, this is our last specimen in the agerine collection. We're going to go on to our next grouping. We have a lovely variety of smoky quartz specimens. Now, these are very cool. These are also from Malawi, and they also have agerine in them. Very unique quartz crystals, smoky quartz. Just look at the beauty in this. Absolutely gorgeous. Just look at the clarity. Let's see if we can get a close-up view here. Absolutely beautiful. So again, oh yeah, you can even see some phantoms in there. Notice those little phantom lines inside the quartz, the smoky quartz. So now, when we're talking about smoky quartz, right, or any kind of dark quartz like this, usually the darkness comes from the irradiation. So you need to irradiate the quartz to darken it. So whether that's done by heating the crystal, and just need heat and pressure to do that in the earth, or if this was exposed to the sun and it had solar radiation affecting it over a long period of time, you can have that occur as well. So again, this is really cool. And also something that's kind of neat. So we have a few different specimens here that actually have 3 minerals. So we got the smoky quartz, right? We have the smoky quartz crystal, beautiful. And then we have these green crystals on the bottom. See that? That is a different mineral as well. It's chlorite rich. Gorgeous stuff. And then also too, you have these dark rods of azurine running through the smoky quartz specimen as well. Again, a beautiful kind of display here of just the earth. Absolutely love it. Just set this down right here. And what's kind of nice is that these guys kind of stand up on their own. Kind of neat. These next two don't do that, sadly. Now, this is just absolutely gorgeous. Look at that. Wow. Wow, that is just amazing. So it looks like we have some more of those feldspar crystals right there. And it looks like this is actually a double terminated smoky quartz point. Again, seeing something like this is very, very rare. Now, just to give you guys an idea of pricing, right? The last one and this one, these are both $32 for something like this. Absolutely gorgeous. Clarity is perfect in this as well. I mean, look at that. You can even see the phantoms in there. Absolutely gorgeous. So double termination just basically means that we have 2 points. 1 point here and 1 point here. Seeing that in nature is pretty rare. All right, so next, we have our last in the Smoky Quartz Azurine series. We have this massive $48 Smoky Quartz Azurine point. Now this, again, double terminated azurine rods running through it. And also look at the clarity on that. You can see right through it. Look at that. It's like looking into a different world. Absolutely gorgeous. Just beautiful. Wow. Now again, this piece is $48 from Malawi. Absolutely beautiful. So we're going to move on to our next grouping of specimens here. So we got some gorgeous little Carolite crystals from the Congo. Now these are really cool. I actually really like these. They're very similar to in look to galena. Galena being a lead ore, very silvery in color. But they're, I don't know, there's something about them. This looks so cool. Look at that. So we have quartz crystal, and we have these tiny little Carolite crystals inside. And Carolite is a very, like, white, silvery, platinum color. Again, the crystal itself is gorgeous, but look at that. Absolutely beautiful. And so we have about 4 in this series. This specimen here is $60. Set that right here. And again, these are just absolutely gorgeous. They look so much more beautiful in person. I wish that I could just show you all how beautiful they were. So this is a great specimen. Again, another Carolite specimen from the Congo. And notice the back here. The back, this is actually gneiss. Gneiss is a type of metamorphic rock, but look how it's just covered and glittery with all these little tiny, tiny kerolite crystals. Each little sparkle, that is a kerolite crystal in there. Look at that. That is absolutely gorgeous. Turn this around. We also have this beautiful strata here. We can see that we have the gneiss on top, which is a metamorphic rock. Then we have our quartz layer as well, so probably a quartz vein, and then this is the cavity in the quartz vein. Then we have our kerolite specimens in here. We have the crystals, the large kerolite crystals in here. Look at that. Absolutely beautiful and gorgeous. I mean, this is just lovely. Now this specimen here is a bit cheaper. This is a $35 specimen. Absolutely gorgeous. The back, I just love that, how sparkly that is. That's beautiful. Love it. Love it. Put that right there. Next, we got another kerolite specimen. This is a $85 specimen. Again, absolutely beautiful. Another kerolite specimen. Look at that. So look at the facets on those crystals. It's absolutely beautiful. Now this specimen here, again, $85. And all these specimens of kerolite, they are from the Congo. Congo is, again, a very, just like most of the countries in Africa, very mineral rich. The Congo is most well known for its copper ores deposits. So it has lots of malachite. Malachite is a copper carbonate mineral found with copper ore. If you're not sure what malachite is, it's a beautiful green mineral. And you see a lot of that around copper deposits. And the Congo has some gorgeous pieces, gorgeous specimens of malachite. So next, we're going to look at our last kerolite specimen in the series. I'll take these guys back. This is a beautiful, beautiful display of kerolite. This is a $60 specimen. We're going to show the back first. Notice how, again, we have that metamorphic, we have that nice, right? Nice metamorphic rock. And we have veins of kerolite running through it. Notice that. Now on the other side, we're going to turn it over. Look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, see, this is something I love to see. This is beautiful in the sunlight. I mean, again, any mineral collector, you just need to get something like this. You really do. Having any metallic ores, any metallic specimens, it's just a great addition to your collection, you know? Really beautiful. Now this specimen, again, $60. Another beautiful specimen from the Congo. Metallic ores and minerals are some of my favorites personally. So I love them. Absolutely beautiful. All right, so next on our wild adventure, we're going to move into some beautiful phantom amethyst blooms. Now, blooms are really cool. They're just kind of like little bloom-like structures of amethyst. We're going to start with the back here. Now, notice the back of the specimen. These blooms are just little bumps or little uneven surfaces within the amethyst cathedral or the geode per se, and they are cut in a certain way where the bumps are cut off, and the bumps are made out of obviously agate, banded agate, so you get these gorgeous bands in here. In this case, this kind of beautiful pink band, and then if we turn it around, just look at that. Wow. Again, it's very thin, so you can kind of have some light travel through it as well. Another beautiful display piece. Gorgeous. We got some manganese deposits here. That darkness in there, that's manganese. And oftentimes, too, you'll find some calcite crystals inside of the Amethyst geodes and cathedrals. That is a calcite crystal right there. Another beautiful kind of like addition. Just look at that. Look how sparkly that is. Beautiful. This is from Brazil. Absolutely gorgeous stuff. So next, we're going to look at another amethyst specimen here. This is a phantom amethyst specimen from Namibia. Another beautiful amethyst specimen. A lot of your phantom amethysts are going to be from Namibia and Nigeria. And just another gorgeous bloom. I mean, look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. So next we're going to look at another piece here. And again, these pieces, the last one and this one is $28. The last one is $24. Beautiful amethyst blooms. Great in the series. Next, what we're going to look at some beautiful calcite crystals. These are, again, some of those yellow calcite crystals, those really kind of peculiar ones from Tennessee, from Smith County. And again, these are, again, classic minerals for any collector. You should have some Smith County calcite. Now, this is a little interesting. This is some sphalerite with calcite on dolomite. And it's really cool. I really like it. So we got our yellow calcite crystal right here. Our sphalerite is going to be this kind of darkish mineral here. And then our dolomite is just this whitish kind of crystalline structure here. A beautiful display of mineralization. Just look at that. And look how the calcite crystal just goes right through the cluster. Absolutely gorgeous. Now this specimen here, this is a $64 specimen. Another gorgeous kind of example of Smith County, Tennessee calcite. Pretty good size as well. Really pretty. And next in the series, we're going to be looking at yet another one from Tennessee. Now this has just a little bit of calcite, but mostly this is just the sphalerite here. The sphalerite is this really beautiful dark kind of burgundy red gem here on the dolomite, which is this kind of calcitic white crystalline structure here. I mean, just look at that. That is beautiful. Wow. I mean, look at that. Just even every side, you have like a little hidden cavity of crystals here. Just look at that. Little crystal cave. Now this specimen here, this is $64. In fact, all these specimens here from Tennessee County are $64. And just as a reminder, if you see something on the stream that you like and you want it, put a message in the comments, DM us either on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, or Instagram, and we will get back to you and figure out what you want and how to get it to you. Secondly, if you are watching this as a pre-recorded VOD, you can simply just message us anyways, and we probably still have it in stock, hopefully, and we will get it to you. So next, we have another Tennessee calcite. This is a really pretty specimen. Take a look at that. Again, gorgeous yellow calcite. We got the whole crystal here. Great presentation. And then we have our sphalerite here as well. Again, that nice dark burgundy red color. Gorgeous. We get some flashes of red in there, some reddish orange. Beautiful. And then at the back, we have that dolomite, right? Beautiful dolo stone, really sparkly marble. That is gorgeous. Again, another really striking piece, especially with this really brightly colored yellow calcite on this dark, beautiful sphalerite. Now this piece, again, $64 from Tennessee, Smith County. Gorgeous, gorgeous specimen. We're going to move on to our next specimen here. This is a smaller specimen. Again, very beautiful. We have some really kind of cute, tiny calcite crystals here as well. This is, again, very unique. It's almost like a little slice of pie or a slice of pizza. Look at that. Now this is all sphalerite here, and then those little tiny light yellow colored crystals, those are little calcite crystals, just kind of sneaking in there, kind of beautiful, little hidden. And then we have this, slice of pie, right? It's like a little cake. We got this sphalerite icing on top, and then we have our beautiful dolomite cake. Look at that. Very sparkly, really pretty. I mean, look at that. That is beautiful. Every side of this crystal is gorgeous. Really pretty. All right, so next what we're going to look at in our mineral series, we've finished up this lovely box. So now we're going to focus on another set of minerals. We got some large specimens now. Now these specimens are a bit, obviously they're a bit larger, but they're a bit heavy, so bear with me here. All right, so we got this large, massive fluorite cluster from China. Now look at this. This is $76. This is absolutely massive. Absolutely massive. I'm going to have to get camera 2 on here. Look at that. So, jeez. So we have this massive cluster here. I mean, look at this. This is huge. So, the fluorite from China is some of the most colorful fluorite in the world. We have blues, we have greens, purples. Absolutely gorgeous stuff here. Look at that. Absolutely beautiful. And so this massive cluster here, again, $76 and lovely presentation. We can just stand it up like that. Really beautiful. And it has this lovely crystallization, this lovely bloom on the top here. Really, really gorgeous. And just look at the color there. Absolutely beautiful. So next we're going to look at yet another large specimen. In fact, this is another large fluorite specimen. This is some purple fluorite. This is from Mexico. And just take a look at this. This is $54. Again, more beautiful stuff, am I right? Absolutely gorgeous. Let's get a close-up here on the cubic structure. That is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Yes, that one is very pretty in the sunlight. Now notice we have some interesting crystallization down here. Looks like we have some kind of a jasper, some kind of fluoride-rich jasper. I don't know. Generally, you're going to have this stuff forming in pockets. So whenever you have this crystal habit visible, generally that means that you have some kind of cavity, some kind of hollow cavity here. So the crystals have room to grow and spread out. So kind of a neat little thing here. But yeah, again, a gorgeous specimen. This is from Durango, Mexico. Purple fluorite, cubic fluorite for that matter. Let's look at that habit. It's like a little digital city. Absolutely gorgeous. All right, we'll move on to our next specimen here. This is another fluorite specimen. Now, this piece is quite unique. Again, I don't think we showed this yet. This is a $225 specimen of green fluorite. This is absolutely gorgeous. This is like looking down into like a green pool of water. I mean, look how clear those fluorite crystals are. I mean, you can see just down into the matrix rock. Absolutely gorgeous. The crystal structure is beautiful, but you can barely see it because the crystals are so damn clear. They're absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And then again, of course, every aspect of the stone is going to be beautiful, right? So we got some crystals along the outside edge of this lovely cluster. And we have some lovely tiny ones on the other side. Take a look at that. Look how sparkly that is. Let's get a close-up look here. Wow. Absolutely gorgeous. Thank you for the shout out. We're thinking about doing this on a smaller scale, probably once a week. We've been getting quite a turnout viewer-wise, so thank you guys for watching all over the place. On YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitch. Really appreciate the support. And thank you for everyone that has bought some awesome minerals, obviously. Yeah, look at that. That is really cool. Wow. Really beautiful structure here. So next, what we're going to do is we're going to look at another fluorite specimen before we move into some smoky quartz specimens, because, you know, why not? This is another purple fluorite from Durango, Mexico. And again, this stuff is really just a trip. This is a piece that is beautiful on all sides. So this is the back side. And notice that you still have this cubic structure just throughout the stone. I mean, it's fairly consistent. That in itself is really cool to see. And then if we flip it around, we have this lovely, just beautiful, clear fluorite topped with a lovely, just surface of purple. I mean, just look at that. And look at that little, like, crevice in there, little crevasse. That's really cool. Absolutely beautiful. Wow. Yep, $55 from Durango, Mexico. Gorgeous. And again, as a friendly reminder for those tuning in all over the place, if you see something that you like on the stream and you want it, put a comment down below in the comments section or in the chat, and we will get back to you when we can. Get you hooked up. And then if you are watching this as a pre-recorded VOD, message us, DM us, because we still might have that specimen. All right. This next specimen here is $38. This is a beautiful smoky quartz specimen. This is going into our smoky quartz series of minerals. Take a look at this. This is Arkansas quartz. Again, Arkansas quartz has the best quality quartz in the world. Very clear stuff. Smoky quartz is just irradiated quartz. It's been heated. All you need is a little bit of heat and pressure to turn this guy into something beautiful. like smoky quartz. Now look at that. A lot of that that area that these form in, you get a lot of like this limestone, right? You can even tell this is limestone, very sparkly, kind of like a low-grade marble, sort of, very porous. And then growing on top of that stone, you have a beautiful layer of quartz crystals. Just look at that. Look at that. It's like looking into like a little city. Absolutely gorgeous. Now the mine that these come from, it's a family-owned mine, and they get quartz crystal clusters that are the size of like a small four-door sedan, like a car. And they're lifting these things out with cranes, padded with mattresses. Absolutely crazy. Again, a really cool specimen. $38 from Arkansas. So let's continue on now to our next smoky quartz specimen. And I guess we'll go from small to large, because why not? This is a $42 quartz specimen, smoky quartz, from the Coleman Mine in Arkansas. Again, beautiful black color here. Look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. And these are really nice for absorbing radiation from your computer, from your cell phone. Nice to put in your house somewhere. Just a beautiful specimen. And even here you can even see where a quartz crystal point is broken off, and smaller, tiny little quartz points are starting to grow out of it. Just really cool. Really beautiful stuff. So next we're going to look at another smoky quartz specimen. We're going up in size now. We went from from 38 to 42. Now this is a $102 specimen. Look at this. This is a very cool, unique specimen. Look at that. This is beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Just take a look at that. Look at the size of that point. It's very beautiful. Yeah, and those little tiny crystals there, I mean, look at that. Just the way the light just refracts off them. Look at those little rainbows in there. Absolutely gorgeous. Love seeing that for crystals like this. Really beautiful. Again, $102 from Arkansas, Coleman Mine. Beautiful stuff. We're going to show another smoky quartz specimen. We got, again, moving larger and larger, right? We have a $329 smoky quartz crystal. This is probably the largest crystal that we have, and it is massive. Let's take a look at this. I'm gonna have to pull the camera away for this guy. Look at that. I mean, this thing is heavy. It's massive. We have 3 points here. 1, 2, 3. So imagine the cluster this came out of. This must have been a massive cluster. Look how huge this thing is. I'd say this is about maybe like 5 to 8 pounds. It's a fairly large point. Again, this is just a gorgeous piece. This is a piece that you'd want like on an altar or in your house somewhere. I mean, this is just absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely. Look at that. I mean, look at how reflective those surfaces are. That is beautiful. Now, again, that is a $329 specimen from Arkansas. Yet another gorgeous, massive piece. One-of-a-kind piece. All right, we're going to move on. Now that finishes up our Smoky Quartz series. So now we are going to move on to brighter, bigger, and better places. We have 4 specimens here to show you. Now these are, again, massive specimens here. We're going to show you some Iceland spar. I mean, look how big this is. Pretty massive stuff here. So let's get this show on the road. So we got this Iceland spar here from Madagascar. This specimen here we're going to bring out. This is $80. Now, Madagascar Iceland spar is mostly well known for being very kind of pinkish in color, has some lavender hues to it. And of course, these large, massive pieces, they let a lot of light in, and you have a lot of these little fractures in there, so they reflect a lot of the light. And again, too, you know, let's talk about the Iceland spar, right? So why is it called that? And notice how you can see double, right? It's like really weird. Look at that. Wow. So the reason you can see double is because the crystal naturally splits the light. So if we look closely here, it has 2 cleaving planes. One cleaving plane goes this way, another cleaving plane goes that way. And on top of that, it has 2 other cleaving planes that go this way and that way. So it generates this shape, this crystal shape, and also it splits the light that comes into it. So the reason it's called Iceland spar, though, is because the Vikings, who are known as very good mariners, they discovered Iceland, Greenland, and they were the first Europeans to discover the Americas because of this crystal. So because of its light splitting capabilities, on a cloudy day, you can put this up to the sky and a little bit of sunlight still comes through and shines through, and you can actually find the sun on a cloudy day using this. Just put this up into the sky on a cloudy day and you could spot the sun. And if you know where the sun is, you know which direction is west and east, and that's how the Vikings would navigate the seas, especially on a cloudy day. And being in Norway, it's pretty devastating weather most of the year, so really cloudy. But that's where the name came from. Again, it's also called optical calcite. Some machinery and some equipment in labs still use this to split light. It's kind of a neat little fact. In fact, a lot of minerals that we've shown today are used in cell phones and computers and things like that. Kind of neat to think about. Yeah, just another beautiful piece. I mean, just look at the clarity of that too. You can see right through it. And just the color. See how it splits that light? So notice how that you have that rainbow essence there, iridescence. That is the light splitting capability right there. I mean, look at that. That is absolutely gorgeous. And again, this is like a massive piece here. A massive piece of calcite. So again, this is $80 from Madagascar. Another gorgeous piece. So next we're going to show another piece from Madagascar. This next piece is also $80. About the same size, but this is more lavender in color. So if we have both of them right next to each other, we can even see that difference. I mean, just look at the color difference, right? So this is what Madagascar calcite is known for, being very pink and lavenderish. And I believe it has something to do with the manganese in the crystallization process, probably in the soil as this crystal is forming. And of course, calcite being an evaporate mineral, has lots of dissolved chemicals in there. But just look how beautiful this is. It's absolutely gorgeous. And we can do a close-up here of the inclusions. I mean, that is really pretty. Again, this is $80 from Madagascar. And this is one of those specimens that, again, as a mineral collector, or if you just want something that's absolutely beautiful that's going to be sitting on your shelf in the sunlight, getting something like this is awesome. I mean, look at that. See that little iridescence there? That is what you'll see all over the place when the sun hits this bad boy. Absolutely gorgeous. And next we have a much smaller calcite specimen from Madagascar. This is a $20 piece right here. Look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. Now just seeing that iridescence in there and just even looking at how it splits the light is just cool. I want to get one of our flyers, our old flyers that we had for our show that was canceled, sadly, because of the pandemic. I'm going to use one of those to kind of show you how it splits light on text. Oh, look at this. Isn't that cool? That is really neat. And that's just a natural effect, guys. Natural effect. Look at that. So you can really kind of like, show your friends some cool tricks with this stuff. It's very cool. Got a little trilobite picture there. Again, this is really neat stuff. Optical calcite, Iceland spar. It's one of my favorite minerals, to be honest with you. And I have a lot of favorites, but this is just, very special. Very cool stuff. And just look at that. That is just beautiful right there. That iridescence, oh my god. Imagine this like in your windowsill, right? That's just beautiful. All right, so next we're going to look at another really cool fine specimen. This is a large specimen. This is heulandite on a matrix of apophyllite from Mumbai, India. And just take a look, take a gander at this specimen here. This is absolutely gorgeous. Look how striking this is, right? So the heulandite crystal is obviously the start crystal here. And then the apophyllite is this beautiful white crystal matrix here around it. But yeah, just to take a look at this. Take a look at that crystal habit. It's almost like a little spaceship floating there, right? Really pretty stuff. Now, metaphysically, apophyllite has a lot of the same or similar qualities as quartz, in case you were wondering. And they're both considered zeolite minerals, and zeolites are found often in, actually they're only found in basaltic rock. So zeolite minerals are aluminosilicates, and they occur when you have the intrusion of aluminum and some other chemicals like chlorine intruding into basalt. You find a lot of these in places like Iceland, Deccan Traps in India, and you can find them in Nevada. Again, really cool stuff. This specimen here is $48 from Mumbai, India. Another gorgeous crystal specimen. Really beautiful. So next, we got a couple more things out here to show y'all. So we're gonna go over our smoky quartz specimens one more time. So we got a couple more here. We have a $102 that we showed earlier. This is, again, that specimen. Really beautiful. You have that nice kind of like semi-translucency right there. And look at that. That is gorgeous. And what's kind of neat is you have this kind of like little handle, right? This is just one quartz point that just grew out of the cluster. Really, really neat. Very unique. And of course you have this lovely, large, smoky quartz point kind of being at the centerpiece of this cluster. Again, another beautiful Arkansas quartz crystal cluster. I'm going to put that right here. And then we also have another smoky quartz specimen. This is a $119 smoky quartz cluster. Look at that. Again, from Arkansas. Some of the best quality quartz in the world comes from Arkansas. Look at that. Absolutely beautiful. Wow. And a lot of these are just really nice to have, especially too, talking about the metaphysical aspects. Black tourmaline is really nice for dissipating negative energy. So is smoky quartz. A lot of your dark minerals are very good for that kind of thing. So we got that guy right there. And then we're going to take out 2 more. So let's put these over here. This is a $89 smoky quartz specimen. Again, from Arkansas. This is really nice too. We have a really kind of interesting display here. So this is really nice. You have like some phantoms going on in there. And then in the center too, you have this kind of lightly irradiated smoky quartz crystal point, and just surrounded by 2 dark ones. It's just really kind of striking. Again, this is a $89 specimen. Really beautiful. Just look at the inclusions in that. Really pretty stuff. So put that bad boy right there. Alright, next we're going to show another one. This is our last one right here. This is really pretty stuff. This is a kind of a smaller piece. This is a $104 specimen. And it's kind of like this little, like just kind of group, right? This non-socially distanced smoky quartz cluster. They're all grouped together. Terrible. $104 Arkansas smoky quartz cluster. Look at that. It's almost like a little, like, I don't know, it's like a little mountain range. Just 3 little mountains. Look at that. It kind of looks like a mountain range too, doesn't it? Really pretty. What's kind of nice too is at the right angle, it kind of looks like a heart. Yeah, actually, from many angles, it looks like a heart. From 1, 2, 3 angles. Oh my god, this is like the loveliest stone. Again, $104 from Arkansas. Another gorgeous smoky quartz cluster. All right, so we're gonna continue on here with some more mineral specimens. I'm gonna have to get a couple more here as the night grows nigh. All right, we're gonna look again at this one ammonite specimen before we show some other pieces. We gotta get our table restocked here. So we got this beautiful iridescent ammonite. Look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. This is from Madagascar, and the coloration here is from opal. It's a special kind of opal called ammonite, and it only forms on the surface of fossilized ammonites. And this opalization here is actually really sought after. A lot of jewelry from around the world will have stuff like this. You can find a lot of this kind of material in the Rocky Mountains in Canada. And generally, you can find a lot of these in Morocco, Madagascar. You can find a lot of ammonites in Cambria in England. Really beautiful. And look how massive this thing is. Really gorgeous. Wow. Just gonna take a moment to look at this. I mean, look at the coloration in there. Got blues and greens. All right. Yeah, look at this. Now, this piece right here is $160. Again, another one-of-a-kind piece. What's so nice about this is just one solid, polished ammonite, right? It's just so beautiful. So next on the list, we're going to look at some clear quartz points. In fact, these are interesting. These are very interesting quartz points. So quartz is probably one of the most diverse minerals on the planet. Very different kinds of species of quartz. And this is really cool. We call this sulfur quartz. And sulfur quartz has sulfur in it. Sulfur is naturally yellow. And what's kind of neat here is that, you know, I don't know if you are familiar with how sulfur smells, but it smells kind of like rotten eggs. It's not a nice thing to smell. So generally you'll have this kind of quartz forming around like volcanic vents, places where there's sulfur deposits. So you need some volcanism occurring. And you can even notice this yellow color. That's from the sulfur inside the quartz. And now take a look at this. Now, if you guys were at our gem show, there's a really neat effect where if you take two pieces of sulfur quartz and rub them up against each other, and if you do that, like that, and you smell the quartz, you actually release the sulfur, and you can actually smell the sulfur. It's really neat. Otherwise, if you try to smell this rock, it smells like nothing. It's just really cool. Again, this is one of those nice, really pretty specimens. If you want something that's going to be like a nice display piece for your house, or if you want a cool little like talking piece, you know, you're at home and you have some friends over and you're like, hey, look at this really cool thing I got from Midgard Mercantile. So again, this is a $54 quartz specimen, sulfur quartz specimen. Again, this is like one of those really neat things. I love just kind of messing around with these, showing our customers this. It's just a kind of like a neat thing. So this is one of them. We got another one here. This is a $72 sulfur quartz specimen. And again, they're really pretty. They have this nice kind of yellow glow. We could even look up close to see if there's any inclusions in here. It's kind of like a very subtle, kind of calming stone. These have really nice calming effects. They're really pretty. And this one too is very colorful. Quite a bit more yellow as well. Again, this is a $39 specimen here. Really pretty. And so moving on to our next in the series, we got some slabs. So we haven't shown any slabs during this live stream yet, and they're quite massive, but they're really cool. So we got some interesting stuff here. Now take a look at this purple marble slab from Mexico. This is absolutely massive. I mean, just take a look at this. We actually have some stands that come with these, some nice display stands, so you can put them on your shelf and whatnot. But I mean, just look at the color in that. So again, these are nice and polished, beautiful pieces. To give you an idea of the size, this is absolutely massive. This is something that you'd want to put on your, mantle, on your shelf. This is very cool. Really nice coloration. $88 from Mexico. A beautiful, beautiful piece. Just look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. Next on the slab section, we have another slab. This is one of our most popular specimens here. We actually have some fluorite slabs. So we had talked about this yesterday during the live stream, and these are some of our most popular items. Again, these come with stands. These are great to put in a windowsill. Take a look at this. This is rainbow fluorite from Mexico. Absolutely gorgeous stuff. This is $45 for the slab and the stand. I mean, just look at the color in that. And look at that translucency. You can see right through it. This is something that you'd want to have, like, on your windowsill, right? Absolutely gorgeous stuff. So one side is nice and polished, and then the other side is kind of like a rough cut. The rough cut is just as beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Just look at that coloration there. That blue, the purple, the green, with little ribbons of white. And even too, I mean, you can see that beautiful clarity in there. I'm just looking at some of the, oh, look at that refraction right there. That is gorgeous. And going from one side to the other here, I mean, this is absolutely beautiful. And $45, this is from Mexico. Another beautiful piece to display. I love these. I have a couple of these in my home. Put them nice up in the windowsill. Absolutely gorgeous. All right, so next on our list here, we have some malachite from the Congo. We talked about how malachite is one of the most abundant minerals in the Congo, in Africa. Take a look at this piece. This is a $96 piece of malachite. Just a royal green color. And look at that. Wow. Jeez. Look at the bands in that. Now, malachite is a calcium... sorry, not calcium. It's a copper carbonate mineral. This is just so beautiful. Now, being a copper carbonate, it's going to be forming a lot where you have copper deposits in the earth. And whenever it rains, the rain will dissolve some copper and take some carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and make this beautiful gemstone called malachite. In China, malachite is actually one of the stones that's revered. It's one of their cultural heritage stones, and they believe that malachite brings good luck and good fortune to you. In the Congo, they would use malachite a lot for dyes, for dyeing clothes, for paint. In fact, there are a lot of green colors and paints that are used in a lot of flags in Africa. And a lot of that green color comes from malachite. So what you do is they crush it up. And actually, the way they would used to make green paint is by crushing up malachite and using it as a pigment. Again, very neat stuff. Really pretty. Again, this is from the Congo. Malachite, $96. Beautiful specimen. So next on the list here, we got quite a lot here before we end. I guess we have another $96 specimen. This is another gorgeous specimen. This is snow amethyst. Now, we had seen some snow amethyst before earlier in this segment today, and there was snow amethyst with chalcopyrite. Now, this is just snow amethyst. I mean, just look at this. It literally is exactly what it looks like, right? It looks like snowy amethyst. We got this lovely bed of white amethyst crystals on the surface here with these beautiful, gorgeous purple pieces of amethyst in here. Just look at that. And then just the display alone is just really just stunning. I mean, this is, again, a massive piece. And we have these lovely, cute little points here. This is a very calming stone. Now, snow amethyst comes from Mexico. This is another one of those Durango, Mexico minerals. A lot of really awesome minerals come from Durango. Just absolutely gorgeous. So next on the list, we're going to move on here. We have some amethyst points. Might as well go with the theme here. So these amethyst points, these are really beautiful. These are also from Mexico. These are phantom amethysts. You can really see the phantoms really well in this amethyst. Just take a look at that. That is stunning. This is a $19 point. It's a very good price for something like this. Look at that. Now, those little dark spots, those are manganese deposits. And amethyst usually forming in volcanic rock like basalt. Basalt has a lot of iron and magnesium and manganese. So, oh gosh, look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. Maybe even do a close-up here of the phantom. Look at that. It's just literally delineated right there. That is a gorgeous thing to see. Even as just an optical effect, this is just a beautiful stone to have. And these are fairly large too. And again, another just beautiful presentation. Next, we're going to show another amethyst point cluster. This is another $14 amethyst point from Mexico. Again, we got some phantom amethyst in here as well. It's more subtle in this one. Take a look at this. It's kind of shaped like a heart, right? Kind of beautiful. Look at that. It's like a little bouquet of amethysts. You know? Get your significant other a bouquet of crystals, not a bouquet of flowers. This is what they really want. Get $14 for this beautiful point. Look at that coloration in there. Absolutely gorgeous. And just even seeing the optical effect of the phantom. I mean, notice how it just gets dark like that. And then light again. That's just the beauty of those growth rings, those growth lines from the phantom amethysts. Just gorgeous. All right, we're going to move on to our next set of specimens here. Again, we're nearing the end of our show. So just as a reminder, if you see anything you like right now or in the pre-recorded VOD later on, watch this stream. It's going to be uploaded to YouTube. And if you see anything in the stream that you like, just let us know. Message us. Say, hey, is that piece of lapis lazuli still available? and we can get you hooked up. So this is another gorgeous specimen. This is $78. This is from the Middle East. And lapis is just another one of those beautiful stones. If you look very closely here, you kind of see those kind of golden specks. Let's see if we can, camera will pick it up. Those golden specks there, they're kind of shiny. Those are little pieces of iron pyrite. And it just really makes this stone very beautiful. I mean, this is a type of metamorphic rock, and it's pretty rare. Most of it in the world is actually found in the Middle East, but you can actually find it in the Sierra Nevada mountains in the United States. It's actually one of the very few spots in the United States and North America where you can find lapis lazuli. But kind of going on with this piece, the Babylonian Empire had a lot of their walls and gates covered in what looked like lapis. And in fact, I think it's called the Gate of Ishtar. Their main gate to the city of Babylon was covered supposedly in lapis lazuli. It still exists today. It's in a museum. And in fact, you know, the reason that was done is because lapis is very hard to get a hold of. It's very hard to mine, very rare. So it was considered a prized thing. It was like worth more than gold. And the Babylonian Empire was bankrupt. They didn't have a lot of money. So they wanted to give the impression that they were very wealthy. So what they did was they covered all of their walls and their gates with just glazed blue tiles. They didn't have any lapis covering their gates at all. So a lot of people think, oh, it was made of lapis lazuli. A lot of people thought that was the case, but really it was just a little interesting trick. So to make them seem more wealthy than they really were. Yeah, this is a really beautiful piece, again from the Middle East. $78. Lapis lazuli. So look at the strata in there. Nice, beautiful royal blue color. Alright, we're going to move on to our next specimen here. And so I think that these are going to be probably our last group of specimens before we stop our live stream show. So these are pretty cool ones too. So we got some pieces of kyanite. We call these kyanite blades. They're from Guatemala. And normally when you see kyanite, if you're familiar with that mineral, it's kind of like an opaque kind of blue stone. But we have some gem quality kyanite, which is translucent. Look at that. Now this is very gem quality stuff. Really gorgeous. This is really nice just to kind of have as a mineral specimen. A great example of some kyanite. Now we're selling these for $7 each. I mean, these are absolutely gorgeous. We have a ton of these. I mean, just look at the color in that. So kyanite generally grows in these blade-like crystal habits, these formations. Commonly found like that. But finding it with this translucency here is very, very rare. You never see it like this, ever. Some of these pieces are just absolutely gorgeous. I mean, you can hear me rummaging through them, and we have like a lot of them. So again, these are $7 each. Really beautiful, lovely bright blue specimens. This would be nice to kind of like make wind chimes out of, you know, hang in your windowsill or something. My gosh, look at that. You can just see my finger through it. Absolutely beautiful. I mean, just take a look at that. Oh. And they all range in various sizes. They're all about the same size, but they're all just so beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. All right, so next on the list, we're going to look at some Cobalt Cora coral. So this Cobalt Aura coral is 1950s lot collected coral. So coral collection is outlawed after 1950s, and back then it wasn't. So there are people who collected some old pieces of coral, and they had it, sitting around in their basement somewhere for many years after, it was outlawed. And someone decided to go along and coat it with cobalt. Now, this is that vacuum deposition where they coat the coral with a molecular thin layer of cobalt. And it just looks absolutely cool. I mean, look at that. That's really bitchin'. And this is great. A great gift for somebody who's just like, really into the ocean, wants something really pretty to kind of put on their mantle, on their shelf. You could make this into a necklace. We've got a couple customers that have done that before. Again, very beautiful. Now we're selling these. We have quite a bit of this. This is $28 each. Again, very beautiful stuff. Next, we got some celestial amethyst. So the celestial amethyst here, also called Auralite 21, has 21 different minerals in it. And it is absolutely gorgeous. Commonly delineated by having these long, kind of tooth-like crystal structures, very long, very light colored amethyst. We have this beautiful one here too, just absolutely gorgeous. I mean, just look at this tiny thin little blade here, right? It's like a long tooth or something. Absolutely gorgeous. We're selling these for $16 each. Again, a really nice thing to wire wrap. Really beautiful stuff. All right, lastly, our last thing that we're going to show today are our Aura Quartz specimens. Now we have quite a bit of Aura Quartz. We have Sunset Aura, Angel Aura, Cobalt Aura. And Aura Quartz is formed via vacuum deposition, so the quartz crystal itself is real. The coating on top of it is man-made. And the product is this gorgeous, beautiful, iridescent crystal. I mean, look at this. This is absolutely beautiful. Now, these guys are a little bit expensive. These are coated with platinum. And this specimen here, $39. It's just absolutely beautiful. Look at that. It's kind of a nice thing to end on, too. Got these beautiful Aura Quartz pieces here. Next, we have another one in the Platinum series. Another $39 one. Just look at the clarity in that. You can see right through it. That iridescence is just gorgeous. Very pretty. These are about 1 inch to 2 inches long. This next one is beautiful as well. I mean, it's just covered on all sides. And this material, this coating, it's permanent. It won't come off. In the metaphysical community, these are used a lot for meditation and healing rituals. It's believed that the coatings give different properties to these specimens. These are just absolutely gorgeous. I mean, just look at the iridescence there. I mean, that right there is just beautiful. So next we're going to show some sunset aura, which is coated with gold vapor. I mean, just take a look at this guy right here. This is absolutely gorgeous. So you can tell it's more golden in color, right? So this is actually coated with a very fine molecular level layer of gold. Again, these guys are $35. Coated in a precious metal. This is absolutely beautiful. Kind of looks like a sunset, doesn't it? Next we got another sunset aura point. Got some beautiful inclusions there. I mean, look at that. Absolutely beautiful. Next, we're going to show one more beautiful specimen. This is our Cobalt Aura Quartz. Take a look at that. That is beautiful stuff right here. It's $48. This is just a gorgeous piece. Absolutely beautiful. And ending on this gorgeous specimen, we here at Midgard Mercantile just want to thank everybody for watching throughout the day, and we're going to be planning on doing this sort of thing on a weekly basis. We're going to figure it out. We'll let our subscribers, our followers know. Let you all know. So please, if you haven't followed us yet, follow us on whatever you are watching us on. Whether that's YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Instagram, please give us a like, follow, and let us know how we did. And please just stay healthy and safe out there. And yeah, thank you guys for watching. Just want to give another shout out to pretty much everybody who watched, family and friends, all of our health workers around the world, healing us all from the coronavirus. And just stay happy, healthy, and keep on living.